Okay. Well, you can start.
Okay. Hello, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome back to another League of Legends tournament here with Warrior Esports being your host. My name is Rubel,
I am Zarkath.
and we've got a nice tournament bracket so far. We have 12 teams signed up, and only a few of them are actually going to be veterans to our tournament process. That's going to be Attack on Children, Xanark and Apes, and Team Sorrow Mid. Everybody else is actually, this is going to be their first tournament, so a lot of new blood to this tournament.
Yeah, a big team that we're looking at before the tournament even starts is You Was Bread, Now You Toast. It's a team made up of a bunch of Diamond 1 players, so the spotlight's on them for this tournament.
Yeah, it should make for very interesting setups here. And not a lot of changes going into this tournament. A lot of them were live with our previous tournament. Just to go over those real quick, the previous big changes were Gragas had that major rework. Rengar had that major rework as well. And then some itemization changes with Feral Flare, Aether Wisp, and Forbidden Idol. And then just some changes to runes, like the big nerf on armor runes, the buff and HP runes, and cooldown reduction and lifesteal quints were the big changes with the last couple patches. Oh, and not to mention the heal changes on that summoner spell. But other than that, everything's going to be pretty kosher.
Yeah, as we saw in the recent LCS games, the Feral Flare junglers have really come to prominence. A lot of the things that they do are stall the early game out. So now instead of these really snowbally champions like Evelynn and Vi, we're getting these farm-oriented champions like Nocturne, Yi, Xin Zhao. It's kind of the point where Xin Zhao is really the top-tier jungler in the world right now. So I'm really interested to see how these newer teams, these younger teams, have really adapted that play style in the jungle more so towards the Feral Flare farming style than the early kill potential Gib style. So it's really going to be an interesting tournament.
Yeah, it's definitely a very strong item. I believe it's so. What the changes were with it is they do have that not Will of the Ancients. What is that item called? The
Spirit of the Ancient Spectre?
No. Wriggle's Lantern. That's the one I was going for. Wriggle's Lantern was the item. So now it builds off of that, very similar to Seraph's Embrace or Mirror Mana, where you farm so many large minions in the jungle, and it turns into this Feral Flare that does all sorts of damage based off of how many hits you do. And it's a very strong item at the late game, but it does take quite a bit of time to actually get to that late game stage.
Yeah, so that's kind of been the focus. You're seeing a lot more top laners like Jax and Ryze, and junglers such as Nocturne, mids as Orianna. Those kind of late game scaling champions. So a lot of people are moving away from the early game assassin type champions and the tank type champions in the top to the I'm gonna scale to late game. I'm gonna figure out how to beat you then. Let's just farm until the end. So it's gonna be fun.
Yeah, for sure. And another major note from a lot of the most recent LCS play is Gragas did get that huge nerf. He was one of those very, very top picks just because he had that very strong mobility with his body slam, and then he had huge burst potential with his exploding cask and his ultimate. So definitely with the changes on him, we still might see him, but probably more in a supporting role, maybe even in a jungle, but I doubt we will see him very much in mid.
Yeah, a lot of what Gragas' issues was he was one of the few AP casters left with a 1-to-1 ratio on his ultimate. Yeah. That gave him an obscene burst potential to the point where people couldn't stand in a fight with Gragas. If that ult hit more than 3 members of your team, the fight was over. So now it's to the point where Gragas is more effective, from what I've seen, in the jungle. You have a lot of power there with his E slowing the jungle creep's attack speed and a lot of wave clear. It's going to be interesting to see what the displacement is with the new mids coming in, as I said, such as Orianna, with that late game scaling, that late game team comp with the ultimates, versus a lot of people are still wanting to run that early game catch team comp. So I think if we saw a game where we have a very early game oriented team, a very late game oriented team, I would really like to see if those teams can still be dominant or if it's just going to be the late game teams.
Yeah, it'll be very interesting to see how we do this because since a lot of these teams are probably going to be in the bronze, silver, gold range, there are quite a few that are in the platinum and diamond as well.
Yes.
But we do have such a wide range of abilities here that there isn't going to be that established meta that we see in the pro scene or in the high diamonds. So it'll be very interesting to see what people can make work. So, and I'm looking forward to it very much. So.
I am too. It looks like the brackets are posted and we're just about to get this started. So I'm excited.
The brackets are up. So we did have those final 12 teams come in, it looks like.
Looks like Now You Toast, or You Was Toast, now you was bread, now you toast, excuse me, are playing Team Soro Mead for the first game. So once we get that all set up for you guys, we'll get in the Champ Select and get it going.
Indeed, indeed, indeed. So other than that, the only other major change that we saw in the most recent patch was that heal summoner spell. It's becoming a lot more prevalent. Before it was just kind of an AoE heal. You heal yourself for more and then you heal everybody else. Now it's almost kind of like a cleanse mechanic where it does remove those slows and give a movement speed buff, but it only heals you and I think it's the closest ally.
Closest lowest health target.
Yeah.
So it's kind of like Sona Heal, where it'll heal the lowest health beside yourself. And I'm glad you brought up the heal changes because that changes the way AD carries play now astronomically. Before it was kind of focused on barrier baits, trying to get that ignite maybe for extra damage, and that was pretty popular. That was pretty common. Now it's only heal. That's really all you see because that's giving the AD carries a lot of kite potential with their slow removal, as well as a lot of innate health that they didn't have before. So you're seeing a lot more risky AD carry play, which is kind of contrasting to the late game, let's see how this goes later play. So as said, it's an interesting time with the jungle changes, with the Feral Flare changes, seeing what's happening. As it's going to be really fun. It really is.
Yeah, and should make for a very interesting tournament. So, yes, this first game we will be watching is going to be between that Toast. I'm just probably going to be calling them Toast, but your was bread, now you Toast. Anyway, they're going to be Toast from now on. Versus Team Soro Mead are going to be our first game here, and that should be coming up here in just a few minutes. And it should make it very interesting. Some of the other teams that are in this bracket, these first round games that will be going on while we are watching this first game will be Attack versus Zulu Ninjas, and then we will have Shrek is Last versus Ovary Destroyers. Ovary. I'm very bad at this. And then finally Xanarthan Apes versus Reed. R-E, Ray, D-D-D? I don't know. Maybe somebody can enlighten this.
I think that's Reed-da-da-da. I'm going to go with that. Reed-da-da-da.
Okay. But once again, we will be watching that first game, which will be Toast versus Team Soro Mead. Or TSM. We do indeed have the TSM in our tournament, guys. So I hope you're ready for it.
I don't know if Chance are going to be ready for this one, but it'll be interesting to see. I would like to say that Team Soro Mead is one of the 3 returning teams that we have. We've seen a lot of their mid play dominating their play style, so it's going to be interesting to see how that carries over into this game. A lot of what they do is focused around their mid laner, and these are 2 really star power teams right up front that we're going to be watching play. So I'm really excited. I think that with the difference between Team Soro Mid and Toast, as we're now calling them, is going to be seeing what they can do with this mid play, where Toast is a complete wild card. You have no idea what they're going to do. So I'm really excited to see both teams. I'm really excited to see both teams play. I think that jungle changes are going to be really apparent in the beginning of the game, and we're going to see what both these teams have in store for us in just a minute. So, what comments do you have on watching Team Soro Mid for the past couple of weeks, Rubel?
They were definitely a very strong force at that middle lane, like you said, and it did prove to be very, very good there. I'm just having trouble remembering because I just remember a lot of those comments from the some of the other teams that didn't decide to show up today. So I'm having a little bit of trouble remembering exactly what their play style was because that last tournament we watched a lot of games.
Okay.
So
All right, we are champ select, so this should be a fun time. We're about to get started. It does look like Toast has the first pick. Excuse me, that's Team So Ramid has the first pick. So we're getting to ban phase. Thresh is the first ban.
Pretty very popular champion for them to ban just because he has such strong lane presence there at that bottom lane, just the ability to lock down characters. So.
Going to the top lane again with the farm carries, the late game carries. Ryze is banned out. Very popular top lane carry. Very strong late game, can carry games almost by himself.
Yeah, he has extreme tanky abilities.
And Kayle is the next ban.
Once again, another very strong champion that can dish out lots of AoE damage and also shred a passive. She can be very strong. And
also with the AD carry protection from the ultimate, similar to the Lulu style of play.
Yeah.
We see a Kha'Zix ban here. Very old school jungler with the catch and an early game snowball. And the Xin Zhao ban is big. We were talking about the Feral Flare earlier. That's kind of the king of the Feral Flare era, we'll say.
He does have those massive attack speed steroids, and then that ability to lock down a target is very strong with him. So
yeah. Also, with Xin Zhao, the shield from his ultimate, if he gets a 5-person ultimate, is obscene. And we see the Lulu also banned, which is what we saw that with the Kayle as well. They're trying to take away that AD carry power that just protect the AD carry game. We see a first pick Sona. That's a pick that I wouldn't have expected, but the ultimate power from Sona is a great tool to be used in team fights.
Also, with the most recent changes with Frost Queen's Claim and the items that build into that, that line has been a lot more popular, which is a lot more relevant with those kind of ability to support range support. So like Sona, Soraka, those what's her name, Karma. They all have been very, I feel like, more popular in that support role just because of the fact that Frost Queen's Claim can generate so much more gold for those range champions with that. Anytime.
Yeah. We see Renekton and Graves picked up first for Toast. That is a strong pick. Graves is probably the top tier AD carry right now. With Renekton, the most lane bully oriented champion in the game. Raka locked in, and Warwick for Team So Ramid. So that's pretty interesting. This is a huge pickup. We see it a lot with Cloud9. We see it a lot with Curse. Just a pusher that just supports the late game. So I'm really interested to see what they do with that and the Warwick.
Yeah.
The Warwick is a pick that I would not have expected.
Well, Warwick with that Feral Flare does get a lot of benefits from that, just because his ultimate does those 5 auto attacks, which means he'll have that huge burst potential once he gets towards that later game.
So we have some pretty interesting team comps set up. We see a Nocturne picked out and a Leona. So what we're kind of seeing from Toast on this side is that they're gearing towards a catch comp, a comp that is we're going to get one person, we're going to kill them, and then we're going to pick off the rest of your team. We're going to see what this aggression does versus the obvious peel team from what we're seeing from Team So Ramid.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, definitely a lot of AoE. So when they go with that that Renekton they have on that team, plus Nocturne, very, very strong so far in terms of that AoE and the ability to just take out targets. So we'll see what they decide to pick for those last couple.
They're hovering over an Ezreal and a Wukong. Ezreal is a very good pick, very safe pick against that catch comp with the Arcane Shift out. Look are going to lock in Ezreal and Lee Sin. Lee Sin is still a top-tier pick, a very skill-oriented champion. Still a very great pick.
He's going to be in the top lane, right? Lee Sin in the top?
I don't know. It might be a top wick. It might be a jungle Lee Sin. At this point, I would be equally disposed to see either of them. I would rather the Warwick go in the jungle because, as you said, the Pharaoh Flare changes make him a top tier jungler again. We see the ball combo with the Orianna. So the Nocturne. A lot of teams do this ball delivery system, or the Nocturnal ult. The Orianna will put the ball on him and just as soon as Nocturne gets in. So with Fiona Orianna Nocturne combo, this team is the aggression incarnate. It just wants to go. It wants to kill. It'll snowball the game from there. As opposed to this other Team Silvermeat, their whole comp is built on heals, sustainability. Let's just live initial burst. We do Lee Sin in the jungle. Lee Sin is going to go. Warwick is going to be the top lane. So it's going to be.
It's been a long time since I've seen top lane.
Okay, maybe not. They're switching up again. I don't know what's going on. It looks like Sona might be in the jungle. I don't think that is a very meta pick. Okay, now we got Lee Sin again. They're switching with me to mess with me. So fun. And we're about to get into the game. So, what are your thoughts on the different, different styles, the different teams that we have going on here?
I always enjoy watching those ball delivery and AoE wombo combo sort of fests. I find it absolutely awesome. We don't have that same normal comp that we see where we have like Malphite with an Orianna, that sort of crazy ball delivery system. But Nocturne can still be very, very effective with that. Plus, once he starts doing those Pharaoh Flare and his passive, he can just dish out quite a bit of AoE damage by himself as well. So I definitely really enjoy that. Even though the pick and kind of poke comp is very entertaining to watch sometimes, I love the ball delivery method much more.
Yes, I'm really excited to see some ball delivery Orianna plays. But I'm also really interested to see if this kind of comp works against the Sona Soraka lane, the Sona Soraka comp, because as soon as someone dives in, they're going to get healed up. They're going to be basically invincible. So it's going to be really interesting to see. Everyone's going to have to clump up for Orianna ult to make it effective. But you also have Warwick, which will lock down any priority target that you want. Warwick and Lee Sin combo is going to be really difficult to pull off an AD carry with because, you have all this dive, but if they survive the dive, which they are prone to do with Soraka and Sona, it's going to be very difficult for this team to peel anything off of their priority targets. So I'm really, as I said, I'm interested to see what the difference is between this hard engage comp, if they can pull it off, and the sustained comp that just wants to stay in the fight as long as possible. Because you have 4 high-level heal champions with Lee Sin with his W, Warwick with his passive, Soraka with her heal and wish, which is the global heal, Sona with her heal, as well as movement utility, and added AD bonus with an AoE stun. I think that these two comps are the complete opposite of each other, and I haven't seen this opposite of an ideal for two teams in a long time.
Yeah.
So.
It'll definitely make it very interesting, because with all those heals, I wouldn't be surprised if we see a Morellonomicon or an Executioner's Calling, some sort of method in order to reduce the effectiveness of those heals. And we'll see what they decide to go with, but it'll definitely make it a very interesting game just having those different ones.
Yes, very interesting indeed. And we got about 15 seconds left for this delay, the game delay. So we're about to get into that. Any final thoughts about what you expect to see? We talked on Team Soro mid player, not really playing a carry role, and this one. But what do you think their team comp is going to be oriented towards as far as their carry?
In terms of their carry, I think they're going to rely a lot on the Ezreal.
Okay.
He was on their pick. I think they're going to rely a lot on him or the Warwick. I think those are going to be their big two champions. But who knows? Maybe Lee Sin will get a couple early kills and he will actually carry the game. Because Lee Sin, he's one of those champions where he can carry the game if he gets those early kills. So,
yeah, absolutely, absolutely.
Yeah. So much heals. And Renekton is also another one of those that we haven't really mentioned that much. He can also be a very effective ball delivery system and dish out tons of AoEs with plus locking down targets, especially with the Leona. Like, those two champions can have some very, very effective means of locking down a team.
Well, we focused so much on the Renekton ball delivery, or the Nocturne ball delivery system, we ignored two other perfect candidates in Leona and Renekton. I feel like this team with, I know Renekton doesn't have a skin and ruined the whole overlay of everyone having a skin, but I really think that the two ball delivery systems are going to be really, really interesting to see. So now we're in the game. We see a lot of standard pickups as far as itemization goes. A lot of standard lanes. So let's kind of go through the game and let's see what happens.
So taking a quick look at the items, everybody's going fairly standard. I actually haven't seen Doran's Shield in quite some time, but it is a very popular item still on that support for the Leona. And once again, there's that Spell Thief's Edge on the Sona, very popular right now, just because it is the highest gold generation for a support if used effectively.
I think the Doran's Shield to Leona speaks to the focus on non-aggressive supports that Red is trying to put out. They're trying to go away from that early game catch, like let's snowball the game early thing, so that it's in the laning phase. So they've added a lot to help those poke champions, those heal champions, those natural support champions, and gone away from the tanky support champions really helped AD carry snowball games. And that's what you kind of see there with the Doran's Shield pick, rather than like a Targon's Brace.
Yeah, and everyone else is going extremely standard. We do have that Crystalline Flask there on Warwick for that additional sustain, so he is going to be a sustained monster at this early stage in the game. Like, assuming he's top, Renekton is going to have actually a hard time doing his normal bullying the champion out of lane, just because Warwick has ridiculous sustain already. So it'll be very interesting to see how that plays out up there. Are they doing double jungle? What's going on here?
I don't know. They might be doing a early red onto Ezreal to try and snowball that lane. I've seen that quite often. Or they're going to do it to Lee Sin. It looks like they are going with a. Okay, Warwick's just going back up top. He's there for pressure. Okay, that makes more sense.
Yeah, definitely very, very interesting. I guess they were just there to prevent the fade there from purple, but very interesting so far at the start. Blue team having a very strong push with the mid lane at Raka, so I wouldn't be surprised if we see her roam around some 2-3-man ganks at either top or bottom. So
yeah, well, the strength of Soraka is that early push, but it's also the fact that she doesn't have to leave that mid lane. She prevents roams from other mid laners because she pushes so hard and can still have an effect with the wish on other lanes. We do see a lot in the bot lane here. There's a natural counter from Ezreal. Graves is probably the strongest pickup against Ezreal because that lane denies Ezreal the ability to CS and to poke with his Q. So it's going to be really interesting to see how this Ezreal is able to go away from that counter, that natural counter, and figure out, oh, we see an engage.
Leona going in on Sona manages to do quite a bit of damage, and Ezreal actually going all the way in. It looks like he might be able to pick up the kill, but lots of heals going down on Graves, and it looks like he is going to be able to get Leona sticking around, just doing a little bit of damage there, but it manages to safely protect her Graves there. So well played there by Leona, saving her Graves there from all sorts of damage. So Well played. And there's that heal, that double heal that we used to see a long time ago going into effect there at bottom lane.
I'd like to point out that Ezreal there played that about as well as he could.
Oh man, Ezreal getting engaged upon, but Lee Sin is coming down, and it looks like First Blood is going to go to Ezreal, picking up that Graves, but Leona looks like she should be able to get away, especially with that Nocturne coming down with double buff.
That was a really great play. You saw the Graves originally trying to get away through the lane, but then that Lee Sin pressure pushes him back and just guarantees the kill on Graves. That Graves kill is probably going to snowball bot lane a little bit more because of the wave pressure, because of where the minions are. So I'm really interested to see how this Ezreal continues to press his advantage over his natural counter, as I was saying earlier.
But we'll see if Nocturne will provide too much support there, because giving up that early kill, Ezreal did not go back, so he hasn't gotten the full benefits of, oh my gosh, at mid lane. Lee Sin and Rocket just destroyed Orianna there. Absolutely destroyed her.
That was an impressive gank. I feel like Orianna was a little bit extended there. She didn't have a ward on either side of the mid lane. And strategically, that was not a very good place to be. However, the Soraka push was actually getting outclassed a little bit there. If you saw, Orianna was farther up than you would expect against the Soraka. That's a very interesting thing to see. But as we saw, the gank potential was a little bit too potent.
And Purple Team at bottom lane still pushing out very aggressively, even though they gave up that early kill. While all the other lanes are playing, Blue Team is playing actually fairly defensively all across the board. It's just kind of playing very reactionary right now. So, makes it for
and as we said in Champion Select, that's kind of how we expected things to go. You know, you have the very heal reactionary comp coming out from blue side, and the very engage push let's go comp coming out from the purple side. So I think that's just they're playing into their particular comp strengths, and even being down 1,000 gold early is not going to stop them from trying to go after what their comp was made for.
Yeah. And looks like the name of the game is going to be the Feral Flares there on both the junglers there. Lee Sin and Nocturne have both had those Madrid's Razors, which builds into the Wriggles Lantern here. So they're looking to get to those late stages of the game, just like we expected with the changes to Feral Flare. So should make for an interesting game. And we do have that Chalice of Harmony on Soraka, so she will be pushing out that mid lane very extensively. Just having that amount of mana regen allows her to spam her Q like crazy. So
yeah, a lot of what people are doing nowadays with Soraka is taking her mid lane and getting that original Athene's Unholy Grail, but then they're just building the rest of her support. They figure that's enough.
Top lane Warwick gets the press there and picks up the kill on Renekton. So Renekton actually got level 6 first, and he didn't manage to pop the ultimate before Warwick actually ulted him. So very, very well played there by Warwick, taking advantage of the hesitation from Renekton.
As I said in Champion Select, I wasn't expecting to see a top lane Warwick. We haven't seen it since Darian's Swag days.
Yeah.
But that was a very impressive pickup. That was just well played by Warwick overall. I'm fairly impressed right now.
Yeah, pretty aggressive play so far. And the last time I saw top wick was, or rather a lane wick in general in competitive play, was back when AP wick was actually a fairly mage wick, is I think what they called it. But,
mage wick.
He is going AD, so that we will not be seeing mage wick today.
What we're probably going to see coming out of Warwick is more of a tank-oriented combo with a Blade of the Ruined King, most likely. That's typically what you see. And I would expect to see that again from this top laner, trying to go against that high health Renekton, getting a little bit proc on hit health damage with that Blade of the Ruined King. I think that would be a really good pickup, as well as locking a target down, such as that Graves.
Yeah, for sure. And it looks like you are correct. He looks like he will be building a Sapphire Cape here, which does provide that substantial AoE damage, plus that tankiness. Does provide a lot of health. So.
Well, a lot of what you see in the top lane is if you build damage early, you're going to get punished early. So you have to build up that tank line before you build up that damage line, or else, unless you snowball, you're going to get punished very much because the jungle is just going to sit on you.
Yeah. So not a lot of aggressive play so far. We've just had those couple of ganks and the pickup on top lane. But we're already almost 9 minutes in, and we are only at 3 kills. So very, very calm, relaxed game so far. And that gold advantage that is in favor of blue team isn't as large as it may seem. So, because we are 9 minutes in already.
One thing that I would point out as far as the gold advantage goes is look at Ezreal's build.
Yoda gets a nice ultimate there on Sona
Wow.
and takes him down with a beautiful Nocturne ult in. So nice pickup there from bottom lane.
You see that all in that we're going to kill one target and we're going to get out kind of comp coming into effect there. That we're going to focus you, we're going to get you with Nocturne and Leon, we're going to take you out. That was a great use of that ultimate, of that chain, and we see it again.
Another initiate on Ezreal. He does manage to put out a lot of damage, and Lee Sin comes from the back, and it looks like he might be able to pick some Graves, but misses the Resonating Strike, forced to use the ultimate, and here comes Nocturne once again. Leona managing to lock down the Lee Sin, and picks up the kill there for Nocturne. So, well played there by Purple Team. But they did lose their AD carry, but they did pick up 2 kills for it. So,
And I wouldn't say losing the AD carry was such a bad loss there. It was going to be really difficult for him to get out after that Lee Sin came in. I would like to point out that this Leona is doing a lot of good things as far as taking down targets, as far as locking them up for a long period of time, allowing her AD carry to extend that fight for that Nocturne to be able to come in and get that kill participation. So that great job by Leona. Great job by that bot lane picking up 3 kills in the end of that whole exchange. 3-1 is a great exchange.
yeah, for sure. And taking a look at the items, it looks like Ezreal is going for that quick Trinity Force. That hasn't been the most popular pick. It is a popular one on Ezreal, but usually we're seeing those Bloodthirsters very, very quickly on those AD carries. So we'll see if he can compete with that damage. It does provide him with a lot of poke, especially on his Mystic Shot, as we can see already. But it doesn't have the same sustained damage and sustain that Bloodthirster does. Bloodthirster is the king of that.
To that, I think that the reason he didn't go with that Thirster that early sustain is because of the Sona and the Soraka heals.
Yeah.
He's going to have a lot of natural team sustain from his own self, from his own team, that he doesn't need the Bloodthirster. So he can go for that high damage, high kite potential, get away from this dive comp that they have going on, Trinity Force. I think that's kind of what his mindset is. I need to get away from dives so that I don't get picked off.
Yeah. Definitely a smart plan with that sheer amount of healing that they have with Sona. And Sona should be able to protect him fairly readily once she does get that ultimate, which she does have now with that level 6. So we should see a little bit more counterplay here at bottom lane, and that's where a lot of the action has been happening. Top has just been, they're kind of ignoring each other now that they've killed one, gotten a kill, but other than that, they're just kind of using their sustain, staying pretty healthy and just farming it up. So, not too exciting.
Once that lane got to a certain point, there weren't going to be a whole lot of kills either way. As I said, I was very surprised when the original kill came through. It was a very good play by Warwick, just because I thought that the 2 ultimates together...
Oh, bottom lane, Nocturne goes in with the ultimate once again on Sona. She does flash out, so they aren't going to be able to get a kill immediately, and Ezreal's doing a nice job of dishing out a little bit of damage there with that those components of Trinity Force. So, and it looks like Purple Team once again trying to engage on him, find an opening, but with that Arcane Shift, he is just able to get back up into the range of safety there.
And you see, with that Phage pickup, that allowed him to be much quicker with the reaction, with the Q hitting. He was able to get out of that dive, so that Leona lockdown that they used the last time to pick him up was very.
And Blue Team getting a very aggressive dragon here, because they did get 3 purple down to health or lower. They were able to pick up a free dragon there. Well played, taking advantage of the fact that Purple Team had. So, very good job there from Blue Team. And that it makes their gold advantage about 1.5k, which is not substantial really, but it will slowly add up if they manage to maintain this controlling of the dragon pit like they have so far. So
yeah, what we saw with a couple is the removal of the importance of early game dragons.
Yep.
Just to see, this is around the time the teams start looking to those fights. I know we already have one picked up, purple team, but it's going to be very interesting to see the next one. That's what I believe the next fight will be centered. So I would like to see that dive comp going small corridor. So that's probably what the next move is up here in just a minute.
Yep, and now with both the mids having blues, we should see a lot more aggression here from both of them. Just the ability to spam those abilities so much more is going to provide a lot. When it looks like Nocturne is going gank at bottom, but it looks it's clearing that out. Oh my gosh, top lane. Didn't even...
That was a great dive. We saw the instant aggression from Warwick. Oh gosh.
And bottom lane, more aggression going on. Leona goes for down there at bottom lane, but Sona does a nice reactionary ultimate, shutting down a lot of that damage there from purple team.
And that, before the game, this new AD carry type mindset where I'm gonna make a play is just a brawl down here in the bot.
Yeah. Leona has been very aggressive with her Zenith Blade to lock down a target, and once again she goes very low. She gets forced out immediately. Forced to flash away from the Arcane Barrage. Here goes the Leona ultimate. Big damage go down on Ezreal. He does flash out, and now Graves is fairly low, and that Sona is so very healthy. And down goes the Graves with the Q, but leaving from the back, and looks he is going to pick up the kill. So played there by blue team. Baiting out that fight and then just locking it down, forcing them to use some big cooldowns there, and actually not that good.
We see the carry Sona picking up a double kill. What this is going to give blue team a lot of control. The dragon area does give blue team control of the entire blue side now because they have the bottom tower down, and that's the go down this game.
Ooh, Orianna tried to get Soraka there, actually burned the ultimate and whiffed it very hard there at mid lane. So, unfortunate there for Orianna, but we'll see if anything comes from it. But her ultimate will be down for a little bit of time, so we won't see those crazy plays that will be happening like we normally expect with an Orianna and Nocturne combo. So, top lane still just kind of putting it out, and by that I mean it's a farm fest.
Yeah, top lanes are so exciting.
Oh man. And it looks like we might see a full engage here at mid lane. Leona looks like she might be trying to go for a gank here on Soraka, but Orianna going for the invade. And keep in mind, Nocturne does have that ultimate up, so we will see him join whatever fight breaks out here very quickly. But it's hard to see what just kind of dancing around here middle.
It is worth noting that Nocturne.
Leona does get a nice Zenith Blade on Sona and actually locks her down with an ultimate and picks up the kill there for Nocturne. Nice little engage there. Just take good advantage of the vision that they did have of that river, and then on it once she was revealed. So well played there.
And we see that the difference, the Nocturne 11 allowed him to ult in without popping that blue ward that was on the other side of the river right there. So because they didn't have the initial vision, they weren't expecting that engage. So picking up that 11 was very important to pulling that successful gank off.
For sure, and it looks like we're seeing some rotation here at mid. It looks like blue team wants to put a little bit of pressure here on the mid lane, try and free up this map a little bit by taking out another turret. And purple team in response looks like they're going to have Orianna and Leona try and defend this, and having Nocturne back for support as necessary. So, meanwhile, top lane's still just farming, and Graves is, farming. So,
yeah, I think calm down a little bit here. The teams are just waiting for the next major objective to come back up. Expect to see soon as this Renekton picks up some more tanky items, kind of a force towards mid, that being the most prized tower in the game. So see how that goes.
And Dragon will be back up. And so it looks like blue team is trying to clear out some of these wards a bit more aggressively in this jungle, it looks like. Trying to share on Nocturne, but unsuccessful, it looks like.
We do see a ward for purple team on Dragon, so they're going to have full vision of what's going on, and with that from Nocturne, as well as Leona and Renekton coming down Dragon, this is going to be a fight, and Warwick, it's going to be a 5v4 once this Dragon starts, so blue team would be very advised to back off of this Dragon, and just take this top tower, and we'll see if that's actually what they decide to do.
And back off a little. Looks like they're going to try and stave it off, buy enough time to take out that turret, and hopefully he'll come down as soon as he clears out that minion wave. But it looks like Purple Team's going for the gate from Leona. She does burn her ultimate, but it goes on Sona. That they are going to be forced back. Nice kick from Lee Sin, actually hitting that. And that will be enough to cause the disengage. Purple team deciding to go for that dragon regardless. There's the Orianna ultimate, pulling that Sona back in and picking up the kill. There's the Nocturne ultimate, trying to get on to that Lee Sin.
Oh, the flash!
And Renekton flashing over the wall and then slicing and dicing it up. Raka picking up kills, and Lee Sin just brawling it out there in the Dragon Pit. Picks up the kill there on Dragon and all sorts of kills. So blue team did a very good job of returning to that engagement after what looked like they were going to lose just because they just got picked up there. So that well played.
That was intense. What we saw there was that dive comp. They didn't say, hey, let's take this dragon and then dive, or hey, let's peel up this dive somebody. You had two people peel off and dive, you had two people take the dragon, and you had a ton of burn flashes everywhere. So they didn't commit to what they were doing, and so sustained comp that we're going to fight forever comp actually ended up winning the blue side.
Get them a Baron, it looks like, unless they can get this. It's extremely low. Warwick manages to suppress that Renekton before he could even attempt to steal, and he even went for the wall and still got picked up. So that was unfortunate.
Such a huge turn.
Yeah, blue team. Some major events there. That early Baron is going to provide huge benefits for this blue team.
So not only did we see the Lee Sin, the dragon, with a Q over the wall, we just saw the Sin secure a Baron with perfectly timed. So this Lee Sin is.
And this brawl is still going on. The dive is on. They managed to pick up that tier 1 mid turret, Leona, and now they're going to pick up a tier 2 turret and pick up an inhibitor here, depending on how hard the push. It's like Warwick is trying to catch this Graves, and he's actually through turret there just because he does have that Baron buff. So sustains there. Graves realizes he's in a little bit of trouble. In purple team, they are trying to support here. They're all dead, but she gets forced way back with all sorts of damage and goes down. Purple team just taking tremendous amounts of damage. Down goes that tier 3 turret. Sona locked down, picked up by the Warwick. Still falling back, but it looks like Leona and Graves are both going to go. And I think we're going to see an early game here.
This snowball that took effect from that dragon to that Baron was impressive. The fact that they went from a tied game, brawling back and forth, to game's over now, the Nexus is done, that was impressive. That was truly an impressive turn by blue team in a matter of like 2 to 3 minutes that game turned. That was a great game by the blue side and great pickups all around.
Yeah, definitely very impressive. They didn't have that much of a lead until that dragon, because like they had like I think about 2k gold, I want to say, maybe. And so that gold advantage wasn't that substantial until they got. I'm not sure if they even went back to actually get gold advantage, like really get the full effects from it. But that Baron buff proved to be the ultimate downfill. So but, definitely,
as we pointed out before the game, the heal composition. The longer that fights go, the better that heal comp becomes. So with Soraka and the Sona, the heal ups, the stat bonuses that they got from those particular champions was just too the snowball to stop.
Yeah. So very strong first game there in blue, which was the toast. Is that right?
Yes.
That was the toast.
Blue side was Team Sorrow Mead. Purple side was toast. Yeah.
So Team Sorrow Mead manages to pick up that first game. So well played by Team Sorrow Mead. And they are one of our few veteran teams. If you're just joining us, we did just finish our first round of this tournament. We will be going into the second game here fairly soon. And okay, and we will be back very shortly after this break. We'll see you on the other side, guys.
One second. Interview the video thing. Okay. Yeah. How are you? You ever done one of these things before? You ever done any of these webcam things?
Yeah. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. We just finished our first round of tournament, and once again, my name is Rubel.
And my Kath.
And so the winners of that first round, we did have the game Attack on Zulu Ninjas and Attack on Children did take the first round. We spent the game of you was Bread, now Toast, aka Toast, versus Team Sorrow Mid. And Toast managed to take that first that we did watch. Very, very strong performance in that first game. Managed to actually push out a strong victory there at the 22-minute mark.
Yes, what we noted about that game was it was very even until a big dragon fight, and then after that it was just a huge snowball. So that was great to see. It was great to see the two different styles of play with the heal comp and the dive comp. Just the two different ways of playing, and it was a very good game, very great game to watch.
So, other first round games that we did not actually see was Shrek's Life versus Ovary Destroyers. Shrek's Life came out on ahead. Lumif Constellation actually got a bye in the first round. Same with Thunder from Down Under. Goats on the boat. Goats on the boat. Okay.
Goats on the boat, darling. Yeah.
Goats on the boat and Too Holy. All those teams get buys, and then Xanark versus Reed. Reed managed to come out ahead there in that first round. So round 2 matchups are going to be Attack on Children versus Toast. Shrek's Life versus Lumifrous Constellation, Thunder from Down Under versus Goats on the Boat, and from versus Reed. So
So we seem to be having a little bit of technical difficulties with our other caster, voice detection, but just wanted to point out that we're about to get in the next game of Life versus Lumiferous Constellation. Going to be very fun. What we saw last was the more vaunted approach of the Feral Flare junglers, and I'd like to see what's going to happen with the next one. And now we're into the pick ban phase. All we have on the first pick, we have Shrek's Life on the blue side, and we have Lumiferous Constellation on the purple side. So let's wait in here. We got a first ban, Xin Zhao. Xin Zhao is, as I said on the first game, kind of the king of the Feral Flare jungle era. The base attack speed, base attack damage, the on-hit damage, just amazing how much damage he does up front. We have a Katarina ban on purple team. Interesting ban. Very snowball-oriented champion. We have a Lulu ban, a popular support as far as the ult, the pop-up, control, the utility that she brings to a team. A Master Yi, another very Feral Flare-oriented jungle. Wukong ban on the blue side. Is a very engage type champion, a very wait till 6 and use your ult and kill anybody that you want. So we're going to see how that pans out. So far, we have some very interesting bans. We have 2 Feral jungler bans. Now we have a Vi ban. Vi have a bit the old world of jungle constellations where you have the hard engage, hard ult, just take someone down immediately. We have a first pick Nocturne. As Nocturne, probably just below Xin Zhao in the tier list as far as the Feral Flare junglers go. We also have Warwick's extremely powerful, probably right in the top tier, a Nocturne with the Feral Flare, and a Teemo. I hope they pick the Teemo. I think it's awesome. Looks like they're going back and forth. Teemo. Orianna is very with Warwick, very good ball delivery system. As far as just getting the damage up front, getting someone locked down, picking a target, and killing it. Another Teemo over. Teemo the Dream. Teemo gives a lot of good map control with his. There's a lot of utility. Locks down an AD carry if you can get to him with the blinding. Is a very pickup. Not really the strongest mid laner or top laner at the moment, but still very powerful. Has its own little within League of Legends, and I think that would be a great pickup. Still having some technical with our other caster. We have a Thresh. Not pickup. Oh, they picked Tryndamere and Lucian. Not at all what they were hovering over, which isn't surprising. But Tryndamere, very good top laner, very push-oriented top laner, very oriented towards I'm gonna sit in this top lane and I'm gonna push this tower. Very interesting. Lucian's probably the most bully-oriented AD carry of the bunch, and we have a Thresh and Yasuo pickup. Yasuo, very good with Orianna. Orianna's ult counts as a knock-up or a displacement, so the ball delivery system of Warwick comes the Yasuo ult. That's going to be a very big wombo combo that's going to be very difficult to stave off if they actually get to the combo. So it's going to be interesting how that goes as far as if the ball delivery system works. Yasuo ult is there for ball delivery system, and just an amazing wombo possibility that I see here. We do see a Vel support hovered over. They tried it in the LCS, wasn't impressive. Difficulty with mobility, difficult poke early, mana costs, but they do lock in the Nidalee. So we have a very poke-oriented, oriented comp on blue side going over to Shrek. And we have a very wombo-oriented team fight, take out everything at once, coming for Lumiferous Constellation on the purple side. We have about a 3-minute pause before everything, and everything should be very apparent to what their strategy is going to be. This push comp, these side lane push comps, the thing with Nidalee. So they're mostly from what they're trying to poke you down. They're trying to avoid upfront confrontation, and to take someone down low with a spear, take down low with a culling, take someone down low with Vel'Koz's cool laser beam. I don't know what it's called. Just poke. All they want. They want to poke you down. They want to let Tryndamere side push lanes. This team, they want to go in. They want the up damage. They want the Feral Flare jungler in Warwick to be amazing. They want the ball delivery system to be the. I think that it's going to be a very combo. I think that these two teams are very, very opposite of each other in what they're trying to do. Just like last time, we saw the heal comp and we saw the individual comp. Just as a quick side note, trying to get some viewer interaction. This is not a clip on top. Double wins or not. So I'm sorry if I disappointed you without my clip on tie, but this is in fact Windsor. So I apologize that I don't have a clip on tie on. Next time I'll fix that. We are going to have a quick reboot for so we'll get him going as soon as possible. We should be all good with that in just a few moments. Until then, you're just stuck. Sorry. Again, going back to strategic points of each team. You have the ball delivery system versus the split push side. I think that with the split push side lanes, you're going to have a very difficult time holding on engage from Warwick with any kind of speed steroid if someone gets low. The ultimate with as I said, the ball, and as well as Thresh. I haven't even talked about the Thresh yet because the rest is just so potent of a combo. The Thresh Ezreal's a great, but lockdown potential for this ultimate Thresh Orianna Yasuo combo is going to be immense. It's going to be very interesting to see how each individual is going to be picked off, or each individual is going to live through things. So we got about 30 seconds before we get into the game. I hope everyone is ready for a great match. This seems to be a very even-sided bout, so we'll see how each individual lane goes. I think the blue side has the stronger lanes. On Trekka's life, with the Tryndamere lane is going to match up very well against the Yasuo with the sustain. I think that Vel'Koz has a lot more poke potential and a lot more early game push. The only lane that will be a very hard skill matchup is the Nidalee versus the Orianna. It's going to be a lot more dodging the ball. And if Nidalee gets to level 9 without being taken, I think that will heavily favor Nidalee in that matchup. But that's going to be an interesting thing to see. That's the only lane that I don't think on blue side is stronger. But as I said, the purple side's Wombo combo setup is going to be beyond what the other team has to offer as far as their team comp goes. So we're going to get into the game now. And I really am excited. I think this is going to be an amazing couple minutes of early game start, trying to see the Feral Flare trying to get their farm on, everyone kind of going their own way. It's going to be really fun. I think we might have our other caster back. Possibly. I don't know yet. Again, sorry about the technical issues, but we're getting everything figured out now. I talked about last game the prominence of Flare junglers over the pick junglers, the old Vi junglers, the Elise jungle. Just the late game scaling is kind of what we've seen. The stronger picks. We need three late game scalers on the side of purple with Yasuo, and we see 3 late game scalers on purple side with Nidalee, Nocturne, and Tryndamere. So I really think that's where the matchup's going to be focused. I think that whoever can get ahead out of those 6 people. Yes, we're back in.
Okay.
All right, Ruble.
We are back in the game. Looks like the game is still loading, so I didn't miss out on anything. Game commentary. Feel a little bit technical difficulties there. Woo! So looks like very interesting. Vel'Koz. Oh man, I have been looking to a Vel'Koz game in forever. Oh gosh, he's so much fun to watch. Just low ability, high damage is very, very fun.
Yeah, the true damage is something that is focused on a lot with his, but with the high dive potential of purple side, it's interesting to see how this Vel'Koz positions himself in order to get that burst off.
So yeah, Vel'Koz versus Yasuo. That's a very combination there, just because of the fact that, or is it going to be Ori? Yes. Oh, it looks like it is going to be Ori at mid. So very, Very interesting. I thought she was going to go kind of like a supporty thing there. So, unfortunately, I am late to the party, so I don't know all the effects that are going on, but it looks like the makings of a very interesting game so far. Support Vel'Koz?
It is a support Vel'Koz, yes. It's going to be a bot lane Vel'Koz with Lucian. The poke-oriented team. Everything should be focused around poke for blue side.
Yeah, definitely for sure. Okay, so it should make for an interesting game. Definitely excited. Purple team looks like they're arranging very around that blue buff. They don't want to invade, and that is one of the kind of like a high poke team is you can do some invade stuff, but usually you're looking for that early game CC like with a Cho'Gath.
Yeah, as I put out, Harry, the purple team is very focused on getting to that late game without advantages to blue team. Purple team's waiting to wombo point to that point where they take efficiently and effectively shut down and carry that the other team has.
Yeah, for sure. With the Orianna followed up by a Sua ultimate, and then Thresh and Warwick there to lock down any targets. Definitely agree that they are late game sort of team comp. While blue team, they do have this Lucian. He is one of the strongest AD carries right now because he has that very strong lane dominance with his passive games. So, and with Vel'Koz's slows, if he can land a single ability at the early games, once he gets to level 3 is when his damage. Vel'Koz, he has some pretty absurd burst potential. So it's going to be relying on those abilities. And looks like he's doing a good job so far. Thresh already taking some big damage at bottom lane. So
I want to point out something that I thought was big clever. Tryndamere helped Warwick start blue, but he also did his E onto the blue buff so that he built Rage before he entered the lane. That makes Tryndamere much stronger so that he doesn't have to build that up originally and take that first harass. That's a very interesting point. It's a very interesting start, and I'm interested to see how he uses that early Rage and that early to snowball that lane.
Yeah, crits at the early game can have an extremely devastating effect. That's why we saw, I think, at the end of Season 2, they did remove the crits from the Masteries, and so if you do actually put those early game crits, you actually have to either build those Brawler's Gloves, bottom lane, taking some big damage, Thresh gets forced back. But anyway, those crits, they have to commit with the runes or the items. You cannot, you can no longer crit, just because it is such a powerful statistic at early games.
And we see this Poke Cop coming out in bot very effectively with the Vel'Koz true damage early being a big problem for the no sustain bot lane.
Yeah. He is running, looks like a substantial amount of AP. He does have 30 AP, so even though he doesn't have the full effect because he doesn't have the 3 abilities, which he just got. He just got that. He will have big damage now. So the purple team has to be very aware because if he lands either his E or his Q, there's going to be huge damage going down just because it should ensure the other ones.
Oh wow.
It's so very low. Unfortunately, Lucian was not really kind of take advantage of that poke and the twister, but it is going to be enough to bring this bottom lane in such a dire situation. Meanwhile, at mid, Nocturne's going to go for the gank on Orianna, but not much is going to come from it. Just a little bit of damage on both sides, so pretty calm game so far, except for this bottom lane. This bottom lane is very volatile right now.
We see a lot of the early game poke pressure being the main point of the bottom lane. So the Vel'Koz true damage with the Lucian followed up with a double shot. Oh wow.
That hook, I thought he was going to turret range, and that would have been his death for sure, but he's just barely out of it. But
that was a very good hook by Thresh.
Yeah. And that's a very nice damage there just from that poke there from this Vel'Koz. Maybe we'll start to see Vel'Koz support here with that slow knockback and true damage. Pretty absurd, so.
I'm fairly impressed I did not think that it was going to be as effective as it has been. I thought the mana cost would be a little too high to sustain this amount of poke, but they're doing a great job. That is amazing.
Thresh gets forced back out of lane, and Ezreal still farming underneath the turret, and you with that gold advantage is slowly starting to get in Lucian's favor. He does have that 100 gold advantage from that just under 10 creep. 10 creeps that he does have over the Ezreal, but Ezreal's doing a very good job of farming underneath the turret, even though it's difficult.
We see Nidalee in the mid lane against on Orianna with those spears.
Oh, Nidalee. Right now, I know it's popular on YouTube, but there's been a lot of videos going around about how she needs to be reworked, just because she is a very safe champion because of her range, and she has such devastating damage with her spears. So definitely a lot of controversy going on with Nidalee right now, just because look at that, she's just putting down so much damage. So
I think that the issue with Nidalee is not that the spears do damage, it's that the spears do damage based on how far away you are from Nidalee.
Yeah.
I think that if it was a flat damage amount, it would not be as big of a deal if they did bigger damage. But the fact that the range, the farther away you are, the more dangerous Nidalee is, I think that's the main issue, her core abilities.
Minor engage going down in bottom lane while that was going on. Ezreal does flash out. Lots of summer spells getting burned there. I think both their exhaust and their flash down there at bottom lane. But blue team just very strong at this bottom lane so far. That gold advantage is going to slowly swing in their favor. Lucian's able to free farm here without any issues. So very good job here from blue lane, and that Vel'Koz is proving to be very, very devastating towards this Thresh Ezreal combo at bottom lane.
And as I said, you know, I'm fairly impressed with how much the true damage is affecting that lane.
Yeah, and with that Frostfang, he should be getting. It looks fresh. He did go with the Ancient Coin, so we should see a Vel'Koz have that ability to generate a little bit more gold, assuming he's been using that Frostfang very effectively, which it looks like he has been, being able to have the poke there every now and then. So we should see him be able to get that Sight Stone very quick. That should allow for a lot more map control, especially in the Dragon area.
Just to point out the gold difference, Vel'Koz with the Ancient Coin is already 300 gold up on the Thresh who just picked up the golden Ancient Coin on his back.
Yeah.
So that's a very big differential this game, or 0 kills on either side.
And that's the thing that Riot did want with the Frostfang and the Frost Queen's Embrace. They did want it to be one of those very rewarding items when you actually take advantage of it. He could have gone it, but that Ancient Coin, he really does what that builds into. Oh man, big hook going down on Vel'Koz, and there's Initiate. Oh, big damage. Vel'Koz goes down, gives the first one to Thresh, but oh man, they give up 2 kills for it. Lucian does take an Arcane Barrage to the face there, but does use instant damage from Warwick. And beautiful initiation follow-up by Nocturne. So that could have been a lot more devastating, but Nocturne did commit to the fight there, and it did prevent a lot of the damage, but they did give up 2 kills. So well there from Purple Team.
And just as we saw last game, the ability to engage and pick a target that you want to kill is much greater than that ability to sit back and poke once that engaged team decides they want to go.
Mm-hmm. And those actual early kills there, since the first blood, it did happen so late, they actually got like a substantial amount, and that gold advantage is now even. Like, just flat even. Keep in mind, there is a little bit more gold on Thresh than there is Vel'Koz, but across the board, the gold is very even, except on the mid laners, it looks like.
Yeah, Nidalee really seems to be bullying Orianna out of lane a little. But still, Orianna's keeping very even with the gold, right around the same CS, but losing a lot of experience, had to back twice already.
Yeah. And meanwhile, we did miss a little bit of engaged action from Tim here, trying to catch looks like Warwick out. He got away safely, and not much really happened from it. And back in this laning phase. Nidalee still trying to force Orianna out with the spear. And Vel'Koz just poking away here at bottom. Poke, poke, poke. And it looks like we are going to see a gank here in mid lane. Warwick is coming into it. I doubt much is going to happen from it. And top, oh man, Nocturne takes that final tower and knocks it out. And Tryndamere actually takes some pretty substantial tower hits. We'll see if Yasuo can catch up to him, but it doesn't look like it. Even with that red buff, he wasn't able to land that auto attack to keep Tryndamere. So,
very dive. I think that the Yasuo mobility and the Yasuo escapability are very difficult to dive under a tower. I think if you don't catch him out, he's going to be too slippery for you to really do anything beyond. Just very fortunate that Tryndamere was able to survive without using his ult. That affects things.
Yeah, meanwhile, Nidalee is the mid ult and bottom lane. Vel'Koz does get picked up by Ezreal. Looks like Thresh man to land a nice hook there, and but it looks like Lucian is going to be safe for now. Headed back to get that because he is Anna, and Lucian really wants to have at least a little bit of mana just so he can get those passive procs.
The ability changes that Riot.
Nidalee playing extremely aggressive here, comes in cat form, and she does land a nice spear there on Ezreal, but that's a very... Thresh is like the king of CC right now, so if she's not careful, she will die. So I don't understand quite exactly what she's thinking, but she might be able to, but she did force purple down. So
It seems coming down to apply pressure so that the bottom didn't by Ezreal and Warwick. But at the same time, that aggressive play was very interesting and questionable, given the fact that she may have lost her life if she had come in a little bit harder than that. So I guess you got to hand it to her for not overcommitting to something, but still a very, very dangerous play. A play that might have seemed too aggressive at the time.
And one of the side effects of that was if she is not careful, Orianna might be able to take advantage of this. If she can run the ball into an ultimate, she might be able to get an easy kill here on Nidalee. But Nidalee, she does have that high mobility, so it might than just simply what I'm stating.
And look for the ganks to start coming out a lot now from this Warwick. He just put a ward onto the river, so he's looking for a lockdown, jump on, ball deliver mid, and I think that it's coming fairly soon.
And it looks like Nidalee did head back. Nocturne's covering that lane, and on her back, she did get that Athene's Unholy Grail, so her damage will start to spike here a little bit, just because of that ability to throw those spears like every 3 seconds or so. It can be pretty absurd.
Yeah, once that 40% cooldown reduction build is complete on Nidalee, her ability to change a game with one spear is very difficult to account for.
Yeah. And yeah, it can just... Because if she does land one of those max range spears, even if she only has like 200 AP, they can be extremely devastating, force some of those key targets back, like Orianna, Ezreal, or Yasuo, depending on when she lands it. Bottom lane still putting out very nice damage with those, just being able to land those Qs on Thresh. Thresh has just been unable to dodge any of those Qs so far, and that's allowed a lot of...
Oh!
Nice! Picked up very quickly.
Wow.
Lucian does get picked up. A double kill there to Ezreal, so well played Thresh there. Landing a nice hook into a Lantern Initiate. So, very well played.
And Warwick seems very intent on snowballing this bot lane. He's been down there 3 times, and he's gotten 4 kills for it. I think that the combo of...
Oh, big spear to the face. That's some of the power of Nidalee right there. It's like, once she starts getting those cooldowns and that little bit of AP, those spears are scary. Very,
that
very
was
scary.
a...
And looks like they are just going to apply this massive pressure to this middle turret, and it looks like they are going to be able to take it out, and that will once again bring this gold advantage to very even though Ezreal does a lot of the gold for purple team, and we'll see how big of an effect that can flip, because having that gold on your AD carry is of course ideal.
Yeah.
Blue team is going to go for Dragon here.
I'm a little confused on Phil's original build pickup. He has a Phage into a BF sword longsword. So it seems like he wanted to go for Triforce and then change.
Big damage combo combo on there. Purple team just double kills there with the Orianna Arcane Barrage combo. And it looks like Nidalee is going to be able to get away. Teleport coming in here. We'll see how it does. Tryndamere, he will have that ultimate, but it looks like he's going to take way too much damage before he can really effectively ultimate. Force the flash over the wall. He is running through. Ezreal Arcane shifts to keep up, and down he goes. I don't think he even burned his ultimate. No, he did. He did.
Oh, Nidalee turned that Warwick fight around. You can't. A lot of people believe that Nidalee is very difficult to chase because she'll get away from you and then she'll just lob a spear and hit you right in the face. So very difficult champion to chase down. I want to go back to the Tryndamere teleport though. If Nidalee had stayed in and maybe Nocturne or somebody had ulted in at that point, that would have been a very good decision. That would have been a game show. Oh, wow!
Spear there from Nidalee. Ezreal gets the shutdown gold, and that's going to actually be pretty big. She gets just a little bit more heat. She has been very effective at landing the spears, but they're going to prove extremely devastating once she gets that needlessly large rod. And now she's just picking fights with Thresh. She might even be able to pick up this kill. He does land the push, but she does pick up the kill. Warwick comes in. He doesn't have the ultimate. Oh man, big damage once again. This Nidalee is proving she's just doing so well.
This Nidalee is putting on her pants today. She is doing some really plays, some things that I would typically, in my perspective, think a little too aggressive. It's pulling off very. So those spears hitting, that aim, that's very impressive, and I think that she is doing a great job at keeping her team in the game, and now they're even up on gold for.
Yeah, that kill was fairly huge. Tryndamere actually picking up the kill on Yasuo at top lane as well, while all that was going on. So well played by Tryndamere, and that's actually going to even out this game in terms of gold, because right now we have a lot of gold on very key targets like Nidalee and Ezreal. Those are the main. They have 6.5k gold at least. So while everyone else, they've been holding on to that 4-5k range, and so we're gonna start to see it even out a little bit. But keep in mind, those spears, they're gonna hurt. She just got those needless large drawn into a blasting line. So like we thought she was doing damage. Now she's gonna be chunking people. Look at that, like half a health with a single spear. Oh dear.
What's interesting to note is blue team has 2 towers and a dragon, and so even with 7 kills, Ezreal is effectively 500 gold behind Nidalee, who only has 4 kills. So this tower pressure, this pushing, this Tryndamere pressure, all this pressure that blue team is creating is turning into a gold advantage for them.
Yeah. And Tryndamere is able to farm very readily. He's actually 30 CS over Yasuo. And that's what he's able to do so readily up there. Nidalee does get the hook. And there's a Warwick called on the of that kill, but purple team is dropped incredibly low. Nocturne goes for the and actually gets brought down before he can really even do too much. Is still on the chase, but it looks like Nidalee is going to be able to get away. Same with Lucian. So, giving up 2 kills there, that should even up the game once again.
We saw purple team attempt to go after that Nidalee chase again, and this
there's the ball, and it looks like Nidalee is going to go down. She does manage to land a nice kill. Lucian comes in for the or takes some nice damage there from Ezreal, and Lucian, is he going to be able to get away? Oh man, okay.
I guess something that Nidalee hadn't counted on is Orianna's to still have her ult up.
Yeah.
A very interesting fact that she still has full after that big fight. It might come back up after. but it was very interesting, and I don't think Nidalee was expecting that.
They also managed to get that pink ward there at the in that river. So actually, blue team has really bad vision of that dragon buff, which isn't very effective right now. But if they can maintain that map control, will be a very strong thing when it coming in once this dragon spawns in there. So. It's starting to come back a little bit here. Top lane gank going on. Tryndamere brought incredibly low, and he does use that Undying Rage to pick up the kill there on Yasuo. We'll see if he can do some sort of crazy juice here to get a... no. Orianna just balls him in the face. So...
It was very good for Tryndamere that he was able to pick up one. Those one-for-one Tryndamere trades are probably the most satisfying thing playing Tryndamere. He's going to get one, and you're going to sacrifice that normally. So very good job by Tryndamere, at least pick up one instead of just dying for nothing. And that pressure top lane is just going to keep everyone coming up there. You saw people to take that guy out.
Bottom lane, Ezreal dishing out some nice damage on Vel'Koz there before Vel'Koz could really even do anything. So now Purple Team is going to have the lane control of that bottom lane. And I'm just pointing it out, we're at 21.5 minutes, and we're still in the laning phase. We haven't seen, like, we've seen one kind of team fight there at the blue buff on purple side, but other than that, the name of the game has been farming. Just farming.
Kind of side who's been able to dictate their will is one game. They've wanted to keep it in the lane phase, keep it away from mass, keep it to a poke game.
And we are starting to see a dragon dance here. And it looks like Purple Team does manage to get the stronger positioning. But keep in mind with Nidalee, it's still fair game. She might even be able to snipe steal the dragon buff. And look at those spears, bringing Ezreal down to 2/3. Just, it can be extremely devastating. And Purple Team actually so scared of those Nidalee spears and the initiation from Blue Team that they decide to disengage. Orianna manages to land a ball, but this dance is still just going on.
Another thing to note, that if Purple Team does decide to go in, Blue Team's going to have Tryndamere available with teleport. Purple Team a teleport on Yasuo, so they're going to be locked into a 5v4, not a situation you want to get in. And hard to gauge.
There's the initiate. Warwick gets the ultimate on Nocturne, but Nocturne flashes out, and that's going to mitigate a lot of the effects. Vel'Koz drops the ultimate, but Ezreal manages to arcane shift. Damage going on across the board. Nocturne ults in, but he does take big damage from Orianna, even though she did almost go down. But you know what they say, horseshoes and hand grenades when it comes to those sorts of things.
That was a fight initially by blue side. They had the teleport cancelled by Yasuo hitting up Tryndamere. They had the turn. They should have dragon, but instead tried to go harder. The CC comp sporting overrode and outclassed that dive. What happened? That's what Nocturne got Nocturne killed.
And this game is still incredibly even though, so keep in mind. Still is anyone's game. Oh my god, a beautiful spear there at mid lane. Nidalee once again proving her ability to snipe. And those spears just doing devastating amounts of damage right now.
You know, Nidalee was putting on her carry pants, and now she's... it's,
soon she'll have a part of the match.
Oh, nice vest.
Oh,
she had it! Yes!
Big damage goes down once again with those spears. Tryndamere picks up the kill with a single to the face. And Purple Team, even though they do have those 14 kills right now, they are actually behind in gold, and Blue Team is only going to make that bigger with this dragon right now.
And then you see him picking up the objective, unlike last time where they decided to keep diving. They have two main people down. They're going to pick up this dragon. They're going to turn in all this gold they just got, and hopefully snowball this into some kind of other advantage.
Yasuo looks like he might be able to take top turret out of this since the teleport is down from Tryndamere. Nobody's going to be really there to stop this, so it's one advantage that Purple Team managed to get out of it, but Blue Team still has a slight advantage across the board right now. Just because they have the mid turret and they have been able to maintain those kills on Nidalee. Because oh my gosh, she's 5-1, but Ezreal is 10-1.
This Nidalee with her is impressive, and it's kind of overshadowing going off. I feel benefiting a lot from the team play and the ability to have crowd control from his team, because those Arcane are just hitting 5 people every time.
Yeah. He's definitely had some very devastating Arcane Barrages, especially when they combo with those Orianna ults, but we haven't seen too much of that so far. Just right now, giant spears to the face is the name of the game. But it looks like Purple Team is actually starting to find their groove and able to push. Tryndamere pushing extremely aggressively, and he might be in a little bit of trouble here.
You see now, this pressure top lane is now drawing 3 people up there from purple side. Blue at this point needs to take that advantage, take that man advantage, dive into, and take down this tower. And that's exactly what they look like. That's what the Tryndamere brings to the game. Wow.
Spears. Bringing one spear is all it takes, and Thresh gets forced back. So, extremely devastating. Purple Team manages to rotate back down, and Blue Team, their push has been nullified for now, and we'll see if they try to maintain this.
Ooh.
Yeah. Once again, we landed a spear, and this Nocturne is actually extremely squishy. Oh gosh.
We see Tryndamere getting picked off.
Yeah, overstaying his welcome just gets picked off. Definitely unfortunate there at top lane.
Definitely a miscalculation, sure.
So Warwick going with the hardest games on Nocturne. Big damage go down. Arcane Barrage actually managed to get 4, and the Mystic Shot picks up the kill there on Nocturne. And Purple Team might be able to turn this around into a push down mid lane here, and we'll see what they can do. 2 people down. It is now at 5v3. Nidalee is going to be their only hope unless Vel'Koz lands a big ultimate like that.
Oh!
Oh man, and now Lucian is chasing. They do manage to catch up to Orianna, and there is a red buff on that Lucian. Picks up the double kill. Lucian starting to push out here, and we'll see if they manage to keep pace with this Ezreal and this Thresh. Ezreal manages to dodge the spear there, even though big damage is still going down. This Lucian picking up all sorts of damage, and Nidalee missing that last spear. Does not ensure a kill, but it's going to be enough to force his Purple Team back.
That was an impressive after that immense build up from purple side. With those Nidalee spears catching people out left and right, and that huge Vel'Koz true damage, that was one of the fights that you'll see from a poke comp. Just hitting one person, taking down, going for the rest of them.
That's why I really enjoy watching Vel'Koz, because yeah, he doesn't have an escape, yeah, he doesn't have much mobility, but oh my gosh, his damage is absurd, because right now he has what, 133 AP, and he melted 2 people in that fight. Like, he brought them from 2/3 to half. He did have a little bit of support, but he just destroyed them.
Yeah, with Vel'Koz ultimate coming in and the culling coming in right behind it, those 2 ultimates together just destroyed those 2 people. It was really fun to watch. Also, something perspective is blue side doesn't have a natural tank. A lot of what they're doing is trying to do as much damage as possible. In these elongated fights, without Nidalee, if they don't poke someone down, tank potential it's really minimal.
Yeah, usually when we see like Nocturne as kind of the main tank, he'll build one item as offense, so that would be that like Feral Flare or the Black Cleaver or the Spirit of the Elder Lizard, one of those major damage items, and then they usually go like all tank. But we're seeing him play very aggressively with his item build so far. And it looks like Purple Team is going for the initiate, but Vel'Koz manages to nullify that a little bit there by landing a nice knockback on Thresh, who was going for that speeded up hook, but missed it. So blue team, we are probably going to see a Baron dance here very soon, but not quite there. Tryndamere still just pushing it out at top lane.
You see all 5 members from Purple Team being pulled to this top side on Tryndamere. Tryndamere doesn't really have the vision to pull this off effectively, it seems like. Oh, whole team's ready there.
Yeah, blue team manages to support him a little bit, but not too much comes from it. Lucian did manage to burn
no!
but there's a hard initiate on Nidalee. but Blue Team manages to save her for now. Orianna all goes down, manages to overpush Tryndamere, and Purple Team does pick up Nocturne. Tryndamere manages to pick up the kill on Yasuo. We'll see if he can stay alive. Tryndamere might be able to pick up the kill, but goes down to the Warwick. Damage going all across the board here. Vel'Koz picks up the kill on Orianna there. Ezreal gets forced way back. Lucian actually relentless assaulting off the wall, takes a tower hit. He picks up the kill with a clutch heal from Nidalee. So well played by Nidalee there. And Lucian just playing very aggressive. This should be an inhibitor.
The plays are real. Lucian taking one tower shot, about to go down to an arcane shift from Ezreal. Nidalee jumps, flashes, gets out of cat form, and heals Lucian before he can go down. That was impressive. That was a great play.
Yeah, very well played by Blue Team across the board. Just being able to react to Nidalee done by that Warwick, and then being able to repel it with just all sorts of strong. It's just all across the board. Like, I was impressed that Nidalee made out of alive, and then a clutch play at the end there. Team is going to get a Dragon out of it. Ezreal, Arcane Pod is going down. Quite up though. So, Blue Team, they are going to run away. Purple Team, they're looking out for blood at Gage. They want redemption, it looks like.
The fact that Orianna only hit people in that fight is what really changed the name of the game. When Warwick originally went on to Nidalee, if they had put the orb Warwick and ulted, that Nidalee threat would have been gone. That would have changed the entire scope of that team fight. This Blue Team is really relying on these Nidalee spears and these Vel'Koz true damage abilities to provide most of their damage. So if you Nidalee, chances are you'll win that fight, and it's going to be really interesting if they can get that Orianna ult into a Yasuo. That's what they need to pull off, and that's really what I'm looking for from this Purple Team.
And this Purple Team, they just need to get those combos off. That's going to be the heart of their damage, with the major exception of Ezreal just being their raw damage power. Now that he has Trinity, Bloodthirster, and Last Whisper, he has some pretty incredible damage. But right now, the effect of Kaz poking down with Lucian and Tryndamere for to be extremely devastating to this Purple Team. And it looks like Blue Team, they're just dancing around all over the place. Purple Team is still headed back. They're trying to come out, but I think we're going to see a Baron dance. Pioneer is going to bait another fight with his pushing up his top lane. Because my God, he loves to push.
The pressure from Tryndamere and the spears from Nidalee are the two really big focal points for this Shrek is Life team right now. So,
just the face actually might be forced back here because he got brought down to half from Nidalee. And this is why Nidalee is a little controversial right now, because a lot of people think she's a little too safe and she's got too much damage she plays, because she's able to chunk people with those spears. Just absolutely chunk them.
The ability to face of a game with one spear is really I don't want to say overpowered, but balanced.
Yeah, it probably needs a little attention from Riot's view, but it definitely makes for entertaining. Person from half health just get destroyed by that single.
It's also worth noting that you have to hit the spears to the accuracy and the aim of Logan the Sixth is really impressing me this game, because he has hit 50% of his spears that are really needed, and that's really big when you're playing Nidalee.
Yeah, and it's not like he's just like picking up. They're empty. He's just chunking people like by threading and being able to play with the minion range. Oh, it's going down there. Big damage.
Oh my God.
Got exactly what you needed. And now they're trying to Nidalee, but she picks up the kill. And one goes the exhaust. We'll see if you're down, but you know, you don't want to chase the cat. There are two people you don't want to chase, and it's Nidalee. Oh, but she takes some big damage from balls there. but it looks like she is going to be able to get away. Meanwhile, wasn't even in that fight, still pushing out, but Yasuo, he's... Okay, you guys can dance all you want. I'm going to take your mid turret.
As we said, whole game, Purple Team's team fight advantage was Ori ult into the Yasuo combo. That's exactly what happened on that fight. They locked 3 people down with the Orianna ult. They got 3 people full damage coming from that team. They got a 4-person Arcane Barrage from Ezreal. That was exactly how Purple Team needs to team fight, and that was exactly what happened. That was quite wombo into that impressive team fight win. Now let's see if they can Baron from here, maybe buy, get their ults back up, force a Baron, force the... It's exactly what Purple Team needs to be working on right now. Forcing the issue, not getting poked down by the players.
And I think this is part of the downside of not having that tank. This is why normally we see that Nocturne start to build a little bit more tanky as that second and a third or fourth. Just because right now Nocturne is unable to stay alive and really dish out the damage that he needs to, because Nocturne, he has a lot of damage and the chance to deal it, and especially with that Feral Flare change, he will have a lot of damage. But unfortunately, he's just not staying alive right now. Cullen going down kind of almost randomly on Warwick there. I'm not quite sure what Lucian was trying to do with that, but it did put out enough damage. But Warwick is one of the kings of sustain, so I think we might be safe for now.
It did also allow Orianna to be distracted enough to take another Nidalee Spear, so that's worth noting.
Oh! We're seeing a dance here. Pokefest is going down. Purple Team needs to get this engaged before they start taking too many spears. Warwick, like he's going
flash in! Oh!
The Neon cat there, but Vel'Koz managed to get a nice ultimate that was threatening enough for Purple Team to disengage from that fight.
Warwick got too far out of range of Orianna, so the ball hit back onto her, and she popped her ultimate on herself, effectively hitting nobody in that team fight. That was the turning point for that fight. That was interesting, very, very tactic negative point for that team.
And Purple Team, since they did go back with a couple characters, and they did reveal that in a fairly defensive position, Blue Team decides to go for this, and Trinity just destroys Orianna with her high ground, and picks up the Baron, and now Trinity is just wreaking. He does go down, but Yasuo, he disconnected or something there, but he definitely got destroyed. Now we have 4 members of Blue Team still up with an exposed inhibitor with 2 people down to the Purple Team. Big spears. And it looks like Yasuo did, so that's unfortunate. There is the pause, and Blue Team is going to have a very strong push here when we come back. And we'll see how it goes. So we will be back up and running here in just a few moments. We're just waiting for Yasuo to come back here from that crash climb. So, and it looks like
it looks like back in the game.
So we will be underway here in probably in just a few seconds, rather.
Going into an analysis of what just happened, they fought over Baron, and most of them didn't go back. I mean, Blue Team had earned a free Baron there. Purple Team gave them more than a free Baron. That was what they should have done is gone back and healed and just played the... They're out of the...
Cheat on Nidalee, but she does heal herself up and manages to escape, but they do pick up a kill there on Nocturne. Warwick, he's just barely staying alive. Nidalee falling back, so it looks like Blue Team is going to fall back from this original main push here, just because 2 of their turrets are being very...
That Nocturne death aside, this is a huge advantage for Blue Team right now. They got Baron, they got an inhibitor, they got 2 towers, and their power potential right now is at its peak. They need to do exactly what they did, dance around an objective, get a couple of spears, pick something up. If they... Purple Team, at this point, to get that full engaged combo, they're going to have a rough time.
Yeah, Orianna does have 3 major items right now. Deathcap, Athene's, and Void Staff. So she manages to connect with that powerful combo that we know and love, the command shockwave into dissonance. We will see some devastating effect. Vel'Koz actually burns his ultimate trying to steal the dragon, does not get it. So will actually be a very strong. Does have about an 80-second cooldown.
And that's pretty big at this point in the game. The true damage from Vel'Koz off a lot of the initial engages for Purple Team, and we have another pause.
Have another pause. Not quite sure what's going on. Looks like Yasuo DC'd yet again, which is unfortunate. So a little bit of technical difficulty. Not quite sure what's going on.
A summoner has disconnected.
So hopefully he will arrive once again. But taking a look at these items, Nidalee does have the big damage items with Rabadon's Deathcap, Void Staff, Athene's Unholy Grail, and a Lich Bane. So she has big damage right now. Big damage. And some other notes here. Ezreal, he will have that Infinity Edge, it looks like relatively soon. He does just need a little bit more golden health. That will be a huge damage spike once again. And it looks like Yasuo in the game, and I think we will hopefully have just this final stretch to this game, because we are at 40 minutes.
Yeah, this game has gone on for a long time. This is accenting the finish that Blue Side has been able to play their style of game. The push game and the poke game typically takes a long time to win than the hard.
Yeah, we'll see if Blue Team can keep pushing out here with these spears. But Yasuo, keep in mind, Yasuo does have those wind walls to negate a lot of the effects of those spears if he can properly do it prior to these team fights.
Oh, another spear.
All it takes is a couple there, and Purple Team is going to be in a little bit of hurt.
Purple Team needs to have a hard engage from Warwick with a ball delivery. Don't get that, they have no chance of sustaining in these fights. They have no heal, they have no poke. See, now is Blue Team is deciding whether they want to continue the split push style, and they're getting pushed really hard in middle now. So Tryndamere's backing. They're going to have a real fight on their hands in just a couple of seconds. And the spears continue to land. Orianna's so low.
Yeah. Orianna gets brought incredibly low, and they actually get forced back just before it goes down, but Ezreal does get that last auto attack, but now Purple is going down, and there's a waffle combo. Blue Team gets 4 kills taken away from them before they can even do anything. Lucian does manage to clean up 2 before he does force back, but Purple Team still has 3 people up, and let's see if they can manage to take out something here, because Lucian being up is going to be relevant since they only have Yasuo and Warwick up.
They have 40 seconds to push one tower with a lot of AD. They can win this round.
Yeah, big pressure going down. Lucian trying to do what? Going to try and clear some of that. Warwick taking some damage. He is trying to support, and there it is. Thresh manages to slow him down. Warwick auto attacking. The super initiate locks down. Hammered away. Down goes Lucian, and Purple takes it.
That was an amazing finish to that game. Purple Team used their wombo perfectly. That Orianna ult hit 5 people into a Yasuo ult, into an Ezreal ult. That was the most effective use of that wombo that I've seen the entire game. That was a great finish.
Yeah, just a very effective play there. She finally managed to land that ball, and that's what you want with that combination. With Yasuo and Orianna, you just need those balls to land. And so very well done, Orianna. So that was probably the of the round 2. Round 2 and so we will be going in very shortly into this round 3. And we'll see what's going on with it.
I really liked how Lumiferous Constellation decided at the end, hey, we're not going to poke down this whole game. We're not going to stand here and take Nidalee Spears. We're going to jump on you. We're going to hit these ultimates. We're going to finish right now. It's exactly what happened. It's exactly what they did. It was really to see that shift in their mindset that, hey, we got the power, we have the ability to do this. Let's just go do it. Let's not get hit by Spear game. And that was really cool to see.
Yeah, and once they finally managed to turn it around, it just went all out. So it looks like we are still getting the results from that last round. It looks like Goats was one of the victors. The Goats the boats. Goats
on the
I'll let
boats.
you have the honors. There
Yeah.
you go. Goats on the boats. Luminiferous Constellation did win that game that watched. And Reed was one of the victors. And so that children, the game between Toast and Attack on Children. So we'll see how that results in just probably more minutes. And I think we'll go to break here. And so we'll see you in just a guys. See you on the other side.
Stay tuned. Oh God. Okay. Thank you.
Sydney needed some financial guidance so she could take her dream to the next level.
Okay, and welcome back to the esports tournament. We will be going into our next game here very shortly, which will be the third round of this tournament, and we do have our final four. You want to run us down with the teams here?
I would love to do a rundown of the team. First, have You Was Bread, Now You Toast, the attack on children, which I'm kind of happy about. You shouldn't attack children. Thank you, Toast, for winning that one. Next, we had Shrek is Life and Lumiferous Constellation, our featured matchup from last time. Great job. Different comps, such as the Poke comp and the Engage comp. Lumiferous Constellation and Engage actually ends up pulling that out in a very impressive finish. Our next one was Thunder from Down Under, which I assume are some Australians, versus Goats on the Boats, which I assume are some Austrians. The Austrians won that one. That was cool. And the next one was Too Holy versus Rita. Too Holy couldn't pull that one out. Rita pulled that one out. Our next matchup will be Goats on the Boats versus Rita. So we're getting into that now. And our first ban is Yasuo.
Yasuo, very popular champion right now just because he does provide quite a bit of damage to his team, and he just has that strong ability to lock down a target when you have other champions that work well with him, like Malphite, Orianna, and whatnot. So
we see a very fast ban phase here. Kong, Master Yi, Vi, Thresh, LeBlanc all banned out in the past.
Wow. Well, I guess they know exactly what they don't want to play against, so we'll see what's going on with these first picks then.
I think there's been some scouting by these teams. They knew what the other team liked playing, and they banned it out real quick. We look like we have a Caitlyn picked up first. Goats on the Boats. And a Kha'Zix by Rita.
Interesting pick so far. The Caitlyn, she does provide a lot of strength to that early laning. She doesn't always have the strongest late game. Doesn't have those hard steroids like Tristana, Lucian, they have. But Caitlyn, she does have a strong lane presence with that ridiculous range that she does have because she is the sniper.
I really like the Karma pickup as a support. Karma with the Spell Thief's Edge is really coming. You poke with the lane dominance is quite a against the Caitlyn especially.
Yeah.
And now we have a Nautilus hovered over.
Ooh, Nautilus. I haven't seen him in competitive play for a long time.
With the new Feral Flare changes and the farm-oriented jungle becoming more prominent, the fact that Nautilus can stay in the jungle without that extreme lane pressure early is giving him a lot of play because he doesn't have to worry about the over-ganking by other.
Yeah. And he does provide a lot of damage towards that lane. Once he gets that tankiness and he can maintain his shield for a little while, that does provide a lot of damage to the team.
Rise and Vayne hovered over by Rita, over from Vayne to Gangplank. The Rise and top tier pickup with the new top late game oriented type teams. The Gangplank I'm not sure is going to be actually picked up. I would be surprised if that got through. But an interesting thought with poke and the ultimate pressure from the mid lane.
Yeah, his ultimate can be extremely devastating in some of those team fights. You can force the fight within it, but it is difficult to do. Plus, it can provide, it is one of the few global ultimates still out there, so it can provide pressure and give a little bit more assists in the other lanes. So, but he has not been a very popular champion lately.
We actually see the Gangplank over to a Lucian. So the Lucian pickup, very good as far as lane bullying, very good synergy with Karma, with the poking. Gonna do a lot to shut down that Caitlyn, avoid her early game pressure.
Yeah, Lucian, once again, he has that strong lane presence as well, just because once, like 1 and 2, he has very strong damage with his passive effect. It allows him to get that that 1.5 auto attacks every time he uses a spell. So
we do have a Lee Sin being hovered over here for Goat Sons of Boats. I think that would be a very good top lane pickup. There aren't a whole lot of people that are very great against Ryze. We do have a Ziggs insta-locked. Ziggs against whoever goes mid. Ziggs is the greatest staller of games left.
Yeah. He has a ridiculous wave clear, ridiculous poke, ridiculous range. They did recently nerf the range of his auto attack, but that's just because with his passive, he had absurd amounts of damage. But they have been doing a very good job of maintaining his still power while trying to scale him back just a little bit.
And I agree with that completely. Ziggs at one was too strong with his mana cost and cooldown reduction. Now with that scaled back a little bit more and the damage scaled down just a pinch, I think he's in a good spot to where he's still very effective as a mid laner, where he can stall the games out, but he's not overpowered to the point where you have to have him in every game.
Yeah, he's definitely a very fun champ to play because he does provide very strong like zoning potential with the minefield and the satchel charge, but he still has very strong poke with his bouncing bomb, and then his ultimate. If he can land an effective ultimate just before or during or after a team fight, it can do wonders to help his team.
We do have a Zed picked up for the mid lane on the side that read it. That's an interesting combo, very dive-oriented combo with Kha'Zix and Zed, as well as a very strong backline with Ryze, Lucian, and Karma. Interesting to see how they play that particular combo.
Yeah, definitely a counter pick to Ziggs there, because Ziggs almost completely skill shot oriented, while Zed, he can nullify a lot of those skill shots by swapping between shadows and doing some crazy jukes. So hopefully we get to see a very strong Zed player, because they are wide and they can actually do their combos.
I don't know if this is going to be sustained the game starting, but right now it looks like we have a Nautilus going top and a Lee Sin in the jungle.
Oh, well, that'll be interesting. Lee Sin, he is one of the kings of the jungle. He does provide that. He loves wards just so he can ward hop all over the place. Plus, but in Nautilus, I haven't seen him lately in top lane, but he is also one of those later. He does provide some lockdown at the early game, but he does a lot of damage, and he locks down a lot towards the late game.
I think what they're trying to do with Nautilus is to bring that crowd control that Ziggs and Caitlyn aren't going to have.
Yeah.
They're focusing all their crowd control on two people. Nautilus, Nami with her wave, and Nautilus with his charge are going to be really void. So if they can get it onto one person, they can lock someone on for a long time. And I think that that's what they're trying to focus on, that long time lockdown.
Yeah, for sure. Definitely, it'll be very interesting to see how good that Nautilus will do in the top lane. Because, like we said, we haven't seen him for a while. He doesn't have the best sustain, but he does have that shield to mitigate. If he gets broken, he actually doesn't have that much sustained damage. A lot of his damage comes from that Riptide effect and the ability to lock down targets and keep them in place. But the shield itself is where a lot of that sustained damage comes from.
Yes, once that shield breaks, Nautilus's damage falls off a lot. But it is very difficult to break that shield, especially for someone who doesn't have very early game damage, such as Ryze. So it's going to be really interesting to see if he can get a few catches on Ryze, a few little bursts off, little trades. I think that'll favor Nautilus early. And depending on if Ryze can get enough farm to snowball that lane, he might be a non-factor by the end of the game because of the pressure that Nautilus is going to be bringing.
Yeah. And Ryze also doesn't have the same wave clear as Nautilus. Nautilus, he has that, the ability to wave clear with his shield and I forget what it's called, but it's E. The I think it's like Riptide or something. No, that's the. Anyway, his E there, the waves that come out have a very strong wave clearing potential. So, and just doesn't have that same wave clear until he gets level 6.
Yeah, I'm really interested to see. I have not seen many Nautilus top lanes, so I think it's going to be an experience for me how it actually works, especially against someone as late game oriented as a Ryze.
Yeah, but that is one of the benefits of Ryze is the later the game goes, the stronger he gets, because he can build such defensive items that his damage is still obscene, and his tankiness then becomes seen. And he just has Spell Vamp up the Yin Yang once he has his ultimate running. So Ryze is definitely one of those very scary late game scaling AP carries that, well, AP carry, I use that word liberally, but
it's going to be, we have a definite definition of how the Sons of Boats want to play their game. It's going to be more interesting to see how Rita has to play their game. There's no definition on their team. There's no, hey, we're an engaged team, hey, we're... It's more of just a bevity of really characters that are coming together. And it looks like we are getting into the game now.
Yes, indeed.
I was told to damn. I don't know if that's okay.
So yeah, this game will be underway very shortly, and I don't dance. I'm sorry, I don't dance.
He's not as cool as I am. We see Nami and Lucian in the load screen being Debbie Downers and not having skins.
This is true. And it looks like Nami decided to run with Exhaust, which hasn't been the most popular choice. Right now, we've been seeing a lot of that double heal or Ignite or heal barrier. Exhaust has not been that popular of a pick lately.
Strangely, though, because now with the elongated range, a lot of these poke champions a lot more than you would have originally believed. So the fact that a lot of these poke champions aren't using it as an tool to protect their AD carry is interesting. And I would like to see how effective it is versus that double heal comp.
Yeah, and one of the benefits of Exhaust is it's not always the best at the early game at winning the lane, but it does provide a lot of support at late game, much more so than Ignite usually. But it looks like the game is underway, so let's get this party started.
We do have Ziggs dead in the mid lane. We have and Karma Bot versus Caitlyn and Nut. And we have the jungle showdown of Kha'Zix and Lee Sin in the jungle.
And interestingly enough, it looks like Nami decided to go with the all ward and sustain build instead of actually building one of those gold generation items, which has been most popular. A lot of people have been building that Spell Thief's Edge, like almost immediately, and she decided not to go with that. So
what this would kind of allude to as far as their team goes is that they want to get this early vision dominance, and they should be trying to do an invade. It looks like they're going very passive, but typically with that much vision early, you see teams wanting to go forward, you see teams wanting to take a buff from somebody else.
Oh, it looks like purple team's actually going to play aggressively here. It looks like they're going to invade on this blue buff here, but they do have some vision on that blue buff. But it looks like we are going to see an invasion, but nothing's going to happen from it unless Nautilus decides to come down and play.
Minions have spawned.
But we'll see here. Here comes the invasion.
Nautilus is going to stray too far from that tribe rush right there.
And so this will, if they do take this blue buff here at on the blue side, that will force blue team to run over and take the blue buff on the purple side. So we're just going to see some trading around here, and we'll see if that pans out, because that will probably force Leafton into some potentially dangerous positions. Karma, she should drop a ward by this blue buff, which she does right there, just so they can see and make sure that Leafton, going for it. Oh man, almost gets picked up, and down he goes to Ryze, and that's actually going to be huge for this top lane.
I don't know if that first blow is worth the delay in Kha'Zix's jungle, though. Because now Lee Sin has decided that Kha'Zix didn't get that blue buff, has to burn all of his potions to get back up just so he can go to red. That was a huge turn. Even if the extra kill onto purple side, that's a big for blue.
Yeah, big pickup. And also, since he is only doing red right now, and look how low he's getting brought. Like, he's almost dying to that red buff, which means he's not going to be effective at ganking for a while. And Lee Sin might actually be able to do some sort of crazy counter jungling here on the enemy blue buff, and we'll see how that works for them.
And now Kha'Zix is so far Lee Sin. Ryze didn't even get an experience or a creeping. He's only 150 gold behind Ryze now. And with Sin over Kha'Zix is going to be huge for 2 minutes.
Yeah. And Ziggs, he did try and support that Nautilus a little bit, so he didn't miss out on much, but he did take a little bit of damage in the process, but been able to put out the poke there on Zed. So to have a providing presence everywhere, it seems. Bottom lane looks like they're playing pretty passive, which is very different from all our other games. Well, until Nami lands Q, and then it looks like Karma gets forced back. Lucian provides enough damage there to support it, but not a lot going on there. Pretty quiet.
That's interesting. The crowd control from Nami is seeming to overwhelm the amount of poke from Karma. So that's going to be an interesting thing to see how they continue to snowball that.
Meanwhile, at mid lane, Ziggs does manage to land a nice minefield on Zed, forces him in, and Lee Sin comes around the side, and they pick up the kill there with a bouncing bomb. So nice play there by Ziggs.
And you can already see the effectiveness of that early jungle deny on the part of Nautilus through Kha'Zix. Lee Sin's already making stuff happen, already level 4 to Kha'Zix level 3, making plays where this gank in bot lane did nothing.
Nope, yeah, did absolutely nothing, and it looks like he is going to camp it. If he can get a kill here, it will warrant it, but this sitting in lane is actually going to put him even further behind, and Kha'Zix he just can't afford it. So he has to get a kill here, otherwise he's going to be so far behind.
Uh-oh, top lane.
Top lane, big damage going on as well. Ryze manages to barely escape. Meanwhile, at bottom lane, Kha'Zix did go for that gank, only put out a little damage on Nami and didn't do much. So that's once again going to put him even further behind. If you notice, he's got nearly half the CS of Lee Sin. And Lee Sin has already done a gank and gotten an assist. So
at this point, Lee Sin's an assist over not an assist over Kha'Zix, but 5 CS over Kha'Zix and a full level above him. So this is a very distinct advantage for Lee Sin, and I'd like to see him continue to snowball this into the mid game.
Yeah. And it looks like he did head back, so Kha'Zix should be able to catch up just a tiny bit, but Lee Sin with those new items should have a little bit faster clear speed. A little bit more sustain rather, because he did decide to go with that Vamp Scepter. Most likely building that into the Wriggles Lantern that we know.
And the Feral Flare has an added on giving him an extra ward to jump to. Keep in mind, he has a lot more added mobility with the Feral Flare. His Trinket Ward.
And Nami manages to land a nice bubble, and it almost gets the kill, forcing the flash there from Karma. And she manages to get away, but blue team still having a very strong push here. Caitlyn is out of mana, but she should be able to apply that pressure because Caitlyn is one of those AD carries that doesn't rely too heavily on her mana.
So here we see the big difference between a crowd control in bot lane and no crowd control in lane. Every time that Nami gets a lockdown, it's causing a amount of lane pressure bot to the point where Karma's flash is down and both summoner heals are down.
Yeah. I actually think Nami might be a really good counterpick to Karma just because she has sustain and CC. Wow. And she's a very defensive champ. Similarly, Karma, she really likes to play a little bit more defensively with her support. Like, she really wants somebody chasing her because that's when she can hit her abilities a lot more. Like, the shield's more effective when somebody's chasing her or her AD carry. And same with the lockdown. Kha'Zix, once again, going for a gank here at bottom lane, but I don't think it's going to do anything. We'll see. The rest of his team is not able to support him, really. And he's just kind of, excuse me, dancing around. And that's going to lose him out on even more farms. So Lee Sin's just farming in the jungle, gets the red buff. Yeah, Kha'Zix, he's just looking out for blood right now.
See a lot of continued aggression in this mid lane from Zed. It's not translating into anything besides a bigger CS disadvantage for Ziggs. We're at 3 right now. I don't think that this is going to translate into anything. We see Lee Sin engage.
Yeah, Lee Sin going down, and Ziggs actually drops the ultimate, does enough damage to pick up the kill with the Q there. So, nice map presence there from Ziggs, able to support his team. And looks like Zed really wants to kill someone here. And are they going to go for it? Oh man, if he had landed that Q, he might have had a chance, but it's still dangerous. Like that.
Oh, wow.
Just gets destroyed with a living shadow into the Shadow Slash. Definitely, I don't think he expected that.
No, I don't think the Zed damage is really up front in everybody's mind. Zed, you know, he can poke it out with a Q all day and it doesn't seem like it hurts. But when he gets that double shadow QE combo on you, that burst is very high, especially when you're below 50% life.
Yeah. Definitely.
Like that.
Oh man, and he's going for it again. Ziggs manages to barrier through some of the damage, but goes down.
That was impressive. Escape and that knowing where his shadow was, and you to just kill Ziggs right up. That was really good.
Oh, Lee Sin is still chasing. He does land a Resonating Strike. Almost gets the kill. Beautiful ultimate to mitigate, but a couple auto attacks picks up the kill regardless. So it was a nice try by Zed. Granted.
that ult was pretty clutch. A little bit more higher life. I think he would have gotten away with that. That was a very well-timed thing to avoid the execute damage from Resonating Strike. Oh, we see again here top.
Yep, Nautilus gets locked down by that Ryze, but he does run the ultimate to mitigate some of that. Flashing out, Kha'Zix keeping pace, and boom. Ryze flashes to keep up, picks up the kill with an overload.
You saw Ryze and Kha'Zix there. You know, Nautilus had originally gotten away with the usage of that ult and the flash, but Ryze and Kha'Zix both flashed in, knew they had the damage, knew that they were going to take him down, wanted to get that Ryze snowballed. Oh, and we see another gank.
Yeah, didn't have a ward, gets come around from behind, and just gets destroyed by both Lee Sin and Ziggs there. And that's why when you're at half health, you don't have those wards, and you don't know where your mid lane is, you gotta play more careful. You just gotta play very safe.
Yeah, I'm really questioning the decision by Ryze there. He didn't have a flash. He didn't have teleport. He does have, but he doesn't have a secondary summoner spell for defense. He didn't have any wards. The decision to stay there was questionable, and it cost him his life ultimately.
Yep, and that will chunk away a little bit at the advantage that he has been slowly gaining over this Nautilus, but he still has about a 1.1k gold advantage. So definitely, he's definitely not out, and Nautilus, I don't think, can really deal with Ryze once he starts getting to that late stage of the game. Big damage going down at bottom lane, and looks like Zed is looking to trying to get an ultimate on mid, and we got a double gank going on here at mid. So we'll see. Oh, there's Zed going in with the ultimate. There's a big Ziggs ultimate. But down goes the Ziggs there to the Zed ultimate. So ultimates galore getting burned there and giving up a kill for kill plus 2 assists.
This ultimate to lock both of those people down was amazing. That one basically drew the fight. It allowed Ziggs to get his fight off.
The bottom lane, we have a small engage, and Nami, she did get a nice lockdown, but she took so much damage in the process that she was forced to use her flash defensively. Zed coming down here, manages to Living Shadow away from this Lee Sin, but Caitlyn manages to do enough damage to force him away. Lee Sin lands a Resonating Strike over the wall, tries to initiate on the Lucian, but not quite doing enough damage, and it looks like Zed is going to stick around. I don't think he realizes there's a ward there, and here comes the damage. Let's see if he can pick up the kill. Flash from her, red buff picks up the kill. Kha'Zix comes down, going for the kill. Nami goes down, trying to support. Kha'Zix picks up the kill, and oh man,
wow.
There's 3 for 0.
Zed just came in with no regard for his own life, and even got out. He went in, he said, I knew you're below 50% health, I'm going to come in. Kha'Zix flew in out of nowhere and took down 2 people while Lucian and Karma took down the rest. That was quite an impressive turn. That was a knowing exactly how much damage your champion did and having no fear about dying because you knew your team was the rest.
And with that 3-for-0 exchange and getting that free dragon, the gold advantage is now just around 4K in purple team's favor. And that should be pretty close to across the board. Yeah, they're all sitting around about 4K gold. So, and Zed will prove to be very devastating here soon, just because he did finish that Brutalizer and he does have that Bilgewater Cutlass. As soon as he gets that into the Blade of the Rune King, he's going to have some big damage spikes.
One of the main things that we talked about early before the game was the matchup between Nautilus and Ryze, and not being quite sure how that one was going to go, just because we don't have the experience watching it. But we see Ryze has a 30 CS advantage, 2 kills of Nautilus, and a 1300 gold advantage. So Nautilus does have a lot of utility late game, but Ryze is starting to scale very heavily earlier than he should be.
Yep. Ryze, once he gets that Rod of Ages and he has that Tear of Goddess that he has been building for quite some time now, he's going to start to get very aggressive with his damage, because whenever you can get both Rod of Ages and a Tear of the Goddess before the 15-minute mark, you're doing well on Ryze. And big damage going down at bottom lane. Lucian keeping up, drops the culling, doing some nice damage there to Caitlyn. He might be able to keep up with the Relentless Assault, picks up the kill with a Piercing Light. And Nami, they're actually going for the dive, it looks like. Hey, no, nope, they're decided against it, so.
It was a very good idea. Nami actually stepped in front of the calling and blocked about half of that damage, but the continued pursuit from Lucian and the dashes with the double shot was just too much damage for them to compensate for. And now we see a dive onto Nami.
And she tries to throw out the wave to stop it, but only hits Karma, so Lucian gets the free kill. So, and that should be enough to put a lot of pressure on this bottom turret. Caitlyn is coming back to lane, but now, while in mid lane, Lee Sin's going for it. Kha'Zix manages to jump in, almost gets the Zig, but unfortunately he takes some big damage in the process. Zed to support really, because he is low enough, and down goes Kha'Zix. That red buff doing a little bit of work, but Lee Sin is going to be able to get out. Meanwhile, turret goes down at bottom lane, and
this is some
put
beautiful
Caitlyn in a little
play.
trouble. Yeah, we've got team play across the board. This Ziggs has been showing very good lane presence, and Zed should be able to pick up the kill.
This Ziggs has been showing very good lane presence and very good roam presence, but this Zed is just taking the game to the other team. He's saying, I'm an assassin, I'm going to come in and assassinate you, to the point where he's doing some things that he's coming out with like 10 to 15 life on. He's going in recklessly, and it's working out for him.
Yeah, we definitely have an experienced Zed player, because once they know the limits of their character, they can do absolutely obscene things with their mitigation of damage with ultimates, and then the jukes. It's such a joy. I can't wait towards the later stages of the game, once we get to those team fights and we start to see Zed really shine. Plus, but he will have some obstacles, because Lee Sin might be able to lock him down, and Nautilus, once he starts getting into those fights, should be able to lock him down a little bit too.
One thing to point out, before the game we had talked about how Nautilus was going to be this really great support tank, and I don't think that's how the Nautilus in this game is necessarily itemizing. He seems to be itemizing towards an AP Magic Pen Nautilus, to where he wants to be able to do damage, and that's losing him a lot of these scaling fights with Ryze.
Zed does a big initiation on Ziggs, manages to pick up the kill even though the Zhonya's was burned. Lee Sin comes in, manages to pick up the kill on Zed. Kha'Zix tries to do something here. Is going to go down to the Resonating Strike. Nice flash to follow it up to save himself. So, very good reaction time there from Lee Sin there, being able to pick up 2 kills there. And
yeah, I'm not really sure why Kha'Zix jumped in there. Zed had gotten the kill and was already dead. Kha'Zix didn't have to jump in. And now we saw Ryze burn his teleport, and no!
Yeah, Nami goes in to try and clear ward, and because that Lucian has gotten enough damage with the Sheen and Bloodthirster, he just has that raw damage to destroy her in a matter of seconds. Oh man, looks like he's going for an aggressive play. Takes a tower hit and a Resonating Strike. Ziggs ultimate goes down, and there's the shutdown gold for Caitlyn. And I think Karma's down too. Yeesh.
We're seeing a lot of overextensions from each of this team.
Yeah, it looks like they thought their advantage was a little bit more substantial than what they originally for mid lane. And Kha'Zix going very aggressive here, and I think he might be in a little bit of trouble. He does burn his ultimate, and Lee Sin is chasing, and he is going to be able to pick up the kill. But there's once again some more damage. Lee Sin goes down to that Zed. Zed just being ruthless in this entire fight.
Yeah, we saw Kha'Zix go in kind of an aggressive fight, but then we saw just the high damage Zed dive buddy with him and just take down a member of the blue side, and now he's getting chased down by Caitlyn, who showed up just in time, and he escapes!
Oh my god! Beautiful karma.
Wow.
And the Nami gets the kill, though, with that way. Well done, Zed. Did a beautiful job of trying to stay, but didn't quite have it. So close.
Yeah, that Nami wave was like you could see it coming, and it was just so upsetting because that Zed play was really something else to get out of there. And this Ryze just continues to snowball top lane.
Yep, and back. Lucian once again playing extremely aggressive, very defensively, but it looks like he might be able to do enough damage to force them back. He really wanted that red buff. And Ryze finally getting that turret explained will bring that gold advantage to just in Purple Team's favor.
And now we see Purple Team picking up the dragon 20 minutes into the game. That's the first dragon. That's a big dragon. That's a huge gold advantage now. I took their gold advantage from 2,000 to a little over 3,000.
Yeah.
I can't math. That's a 5,000 gold advantage. I'm sorry.
That's okay. But that is getting the... It means it is going to be another mid-level item for each one of their team players with that big now Kha'Zix going for the initiate there on middle. Zip to dive in there, burns the ultimate actually. Lee Sin manages resonating strike and global ultimates for the win there. Kill the ace hole. Lee Sin still chasing after this Kha'Zix, who managed to jump over the wall but does not quite land the resonating strike. So beautiful engage there at mid lane. And Zig showing his lane, his map lanes. And meanwhile, bot lane, Zed is going to be able to get the kill on Caitlyn.
Again, we see a great play by one team, followed by a bad play by that exact team. Just making plays and then making counter plays to what they just do.
And giving up free kills to Nautilus / Nav. He's actually doing really well with their kill ratio for support. It's pretty good. Anyway, Purple Team doing a nice push. Zig should be able to prevent a lot of this, but they might be able to pick the turret.
Yeah, we said earlier, Ziggs is the greatest counter game mode. Just clears waves, disallows you from putting first, and makes the game so painful out.
He does poke and just clear those minion waves with much. Karma actually getting a pink ward here over by the blue, and they almost got their ward as well, but not quite. So nice little fights. They're always fun.
Purple is ultimately winning this thing, you can say. They have wards all over the blue map, and Redida is just taking the vision battles on the boats.
Indeed. Apparently we don't have enough wards, but anyway, team still pushing out here at bottom lane. Zed looks like he wants to try and do some sort of play here with Lucian. This Caitlyn, but oh, here comes the Living Shadow. Doesn't quite, because he was definitely gunning for it. Really wanted to get that play. Karma is coming down. Lee Sin is aware of this. There goes the resonating strike. He does manage to pick up the kill, it looks like, with a kick to the...
Red team's turret has been destroyed.
And meanwhile, it's
again, great plays countered by...
Oh, Kha'Zix overextending, does manage to leap out there before Lee Sin picks up the kill. Lucian looks like he managed to do a little misclick there because he almost got Lee Sin, but Lee Sin managed to take before too much damage went out. And Nautilus did manage
this
to
game
get
is
that
very
top turret.
strategically confusing.
Yeah,
This game is very strategically confusing because neither team is using their identity to their advantage. You have Ryze continuously snowballing in the top without the tank Nautilus there to stop him. You have Lucian, the AD carry, aggressively going in looking for kills instead of sitting back and waiting for his team to make things happen.
Yeah, Zed going in at bottom lane, manages to land the ultimate and then some big damage. He might have enough to kill the Caitlyn, but not quite. She is brought down to about 2/3, and we'll see if he can pick up a... He does a lot, though, with that Blade of the Rune King Last Whisper Brutalizer. So we'll see something shiny here. But meanwhile, at mid lane, Purple Team managed to force down that mid turret. And we're probably going to see a big engage here. Nautilus looks like he wants to try and find them. And Purple Team looks like they're more than willing to him back. So, and Ryze looks like he's finally going to be joining the team fight stage.
It's worth noting that Zed is holding 2 people down bot, so it's 4-3 situation on the top side of the jungle. So this fight, they gotta make something happen on one of the fronts, and it looks like the fight's...
Yep, Ziggs gets initiated on by the Kazakhs, doesn't quite get taken enough damage to go down, but Nautilus looks like he also forced an engage with Lucian, and he should not be doing that because Lucian is super fed. Now we've got a grand chase. We'll see if this Nautilus can hook his way out of this, but I think he's in trouble.
Oh, we have a double kill coming in!
Bottom lane, Kazakhs.
Oh my god!
Bottom lane, we also had a
Zed was able...
Yeah, what happened?
Zed was able to almost get both of them completely dead. Summoner heals and Nami individual heals were able to make both of them live. I think Nami was down to 1 health. Caitlyn was down to 4, and they both got out of that engage alive.
Meanwhile, in the jungle, Kazakhs did force an engage on Ziggs. I'm not quite sure who engaged it on initially, but he did go down to that fight and did manage to pick up Lee Sin. Lee Sin, he engaged on Lee Sin. That's who it was. So, trading kills for kills. Gold advantage is now just under 6k. Yeah, somewhere around there, 6k in Purple Team's favor. And we got some major
As I
items
said,
going on here.
This game is very confusing because neither team is really having an idea to do. Neither team is taking an initiative like, hey, I'm going to push towers, hey, I'm going to control objectives. They're just kind of running looking for picks. So I'm waiting for one team to decide, hey, I want to win this game now, and push a lane, take objective, start to snowball this to the point where they're going to win.
Well, Purple Team getting a dragon is definitely one of those objectives they're looking for. But that is only gold. We want to see some turret pushes here, but Purple Team did get some major items after that last team fight there in the jungle. Because we do have Ryze with Saracen Breath, which will provide him with a lot of tank ability. Zed looks like he is going to be able to get away from that 3-man gank at bottom lane. And yeah, just we're starting to get some major builds going on here. Ziggs, he's actually going a very defensive route with his itemization. He didn't decide to go with Athena's or a hat first. He decided to go with Zhonya's. And I guess that was mitigate the ult damage from Zed. So, kind of interesting.
Yeah, I think the Zed pickup has a lot to do with the Zhonya's. It's the biggest itemization counter to Zed. Yeah. I also think that this team is overly concerned with Zed's playmaking right now. They sent 4 people down bot without a minion wave pushing to catch Zed, and effectively did nothing, allowing Kazakhs to get a lot of their top farm in the jungle, as well as push that lane up. So now they have pressure coming in from everyone. Purple Team just went back and bought. If Kazakhs doesn't fight here, look for Purple Team to make an initiation with a big power spike.
Kazakhs is on run. We'll see if Lee Sin lands the resonating strike, and that should be enough to kill this Kazakhs. There's the hook line just to ensure it. And Nautilus actually gets the kill.
Yeah, Kazakhs done hook, line, and sinker.
Oh god, you didn't. Purple Team pushing out at this mid, actually getting a turret from that overcommit from Blue Team to try and pick up that kill. And that is actually a worthwhile trade, assuming everybody can get away here. Caitlyn does have red buff, so she was going to pick up the Ryze if that kept up, so Lucian burns the killing to try and mitigate some of that. Meanwhile, at bottom lane, Zed push is still pushing. And here comes a 4-man commit to try and take him out.
That strategy right there from purple team was fantastic. They had 3 people sitting in mid distracting blue team and waiting for the Zed to push in solo, and then they abandoned it. As soon as everyone left, they left Zed. And now Zed picks up a solo kill.
And he does have 3 people chasing. He's going for the juke to see what he can do here. He doesn't quite have it. Nami bubble locks him up enough. But purple team still managing to, looks like they're actually converging on Baron. And I think they're going to be able to get it. Because Lee Sin is the closest one, and he's not going to be able to respond until it's at a third health. And Ziggs does have his ultimate, so they might be able to steal it here. Here comes the ultimate, down it goes. Purple team still manages to get it, and the wave goes in. Picks up Kha'Zix. Not Kha'Zix. Anyway, purple team still pushing out. Purple team might be able to the Ziggs here with a nice binding from Rise. That should be enough to pick up the kill. And now purple team taking down those major targets is going to have a strong advantage here at this nearly 30-minute mark.
Purple team played that perfect. Zed distracted their entire team, drew them down bottom, and they said, alright, we're going to 3 people down bottom to fight 1, we're going to go take Baron. Took Baron, out of it, are now pressuring. They might be staying their welcome.
Karma gives up an easy kill there to Caitlyn, who had red buff nearly all game now, and just that allows her to abuse her range and just stick on that target and take her down. So Caitlyn trying to do what she can here to support her team, and she's actually very scared of the Zed, it looks like, because she also is building around that Zed. She's got a Quicksilver sack, most likely building that into the Scimitar. But we'll see. She actually decided to go with an Infinity Edge into Phantom Dancer rather than going for the aim that we normally see. So,
regardless of the it's very clear that he's going to be making the plays on this team. He's constantly split pushing, constantly drawing fire, constantly assassinating their carries. If the rest of the purple team can get to the point where they're pushing a lane with Zed, that's going to be where they win this game.
Yeah. Zed, he has proven time and time again that he can apply that pressure to lanes and then also plays with those jukes. Not all of them have worked quite well, but they've usually provided some sort of benefit to his team. Either Baron, Dragon, double kill, triple kill, or just keeping people busy so that they can farm. Because, let's face it, Kha'Zix, he was way behind at the beginning of this game, and now he is probably one of the more fed ones. Because he's at 10, no, not quite the most fed, but he's definitely up there in terms of that gold. And we'll see if purple team can take advantage of Baron.
Kha'Zix isn't really the big kill threat on this team. Kha'Zix is the dive in, do a whole bunch of damage and try and get some damage down kind of guy. Zed is the threat on this team. He's the I'm going to take your away from you and I'm going to split push all game. And now we see 2 carries down bot to deal with wave coming in. This is when purple team needs to dive in.
Yep. Ziggs actually burned his ultimate. Blue team realizes that they do have a 4v3 at this top turret and that they won't be able to take it by themselves. Realizes that they're going to head back and join it, and we do have that initiation. Down goes the turret, so blue team was a little late to the Rise, starting to show his late game potential, dishing out a lot of AoE damage. Ziggs trying to do what he can to stem off this assault, but without the AD carry from Caitlyn, they might be able to hold it off, but it is definitely going to be a little bit scary because that Rise, he's in his carry time now.
Yeah, another thing worth note is that they put a damage onto Rise, and he just popped that ult, popped a whole bunch and sustained right back up. He has a lot of spell vamp coming in with that ult. And just soaking it right back into himself. He's going to be really difficult to deal with, and unless they can get a full combo on him before he can get that ult down, they are not going to be able to deal with this Rise.
Yeah, and his damage is still... He does have that 40% CDR now, and so he's most likely going to be building his last time into a Banshees. But once he gets that Banshees, he's going to be really difficult to kill. Just because with that Frozen Heart, he is mitigating a lot of the damage from Lee Sin and Caitlyn. And with the Banshees, that will mitigate a lot of the poke damage from Zed and Nautilus. Well, Nautilus isn't really pokey, but it'll mitigate the lockdown is what I meant to say. So...
I'd like to see purple team here, Zedda, actually just get into an actual team fight doing the split push with Zed. With that power from Ryze, that AoE potential, they have the ability to take a team fight into their own hands and finish it before anyone else can even move. I think that's what they need to be looking to do. The split push game is cute, but I don't think it's going to be the most effective way to finish this game for them.
Yeah, they definitely need some sort of big push. They did just recently lose their Baron buff, so they won't have that same advantage, but keep in mind the gold advantage is extremely substantial, because right now it is about 13,000 gold in Purple Team's favor.
I would like to say that the blue team has an opportunity to get back into this game. Purple's split pushing a lot. If they can take advantage of a 5v4 and catch someone with no, they can get right back into this game like that. This Baron's about to be up in just a few minutes. They can get back to taking Baron in a minute and 50 seconds. They can get back to taking off a 5v4 team. Leave Zed. He's not going to tower that fast if you push that lane out. This blue team has the ability to push this game back because it's Dollar and Ziggs, and it's working really well right now.
Yeah, he is preventing them from doing too much damage to those turrets. But bottom lane, looks like Zed decides to go for the kill, manages to do a lot of damage to Lee Sin, pick up the kill with the ultimate, but also gives up a kill to Caitlyn with the ace in the hole. So this will turn it into a 4v4, and Caitlyn's actually got a red buff going on Ryze, and we are going to see a forced initiate there from Kha'Zix to try and support his teammate, and oh my gosh, the damage. Ziggs just gets destroyed.
That damage.
Kha'Zix goes a little ham here, almost picked up the Nami, picks it up actually with, I think it was an Igniter red buff, and Purple Team doing some very strong, finally using that gold advantage that they have, and just putting muscle onto this blue team might be enough to pick up an inhibitor here, and Ryze actually going for it, picks up the kill, Lucian providing just enough support to prevent Ryze from going down. So well played there from Purple Team. And it looks like they're going to head back.
That's about
now.
as well as blue team could have played that team fight, but purple team just smelled blood as soon as Ziggs went down. Ryze put a whole lot of damage up front to Ziggs. Ziggs couldn't do anything, and Ryze really is just snowballing this game to the point where they can't sustain it now.
Yeah, see, the thing is that with Ryze, once he gets to this late part of the game, you really need sustained lockdown. And Nautilus, he has a little bit of lockdown like that, but a lot of it won't prevent him from casting spells. And once you're in range of him, Ryze really doesn't care what you do to him so long as he's able to cast his spells. So they don't really have a good answer for this Ryze right now.
They don't. What's worth noting as well is Nautilus popped his ult onto Lucian as the blue team backed off, and then reinitiated after the ult was already down. They lost a lot of their power spike from Nautilus ult because they decided not to engage on it, and then decided to do an engagement right afterwards.
And Purple Team looks like they are going to be forcing this Baron, and they get it without even any contention, and that is most likely going to be the game. Nami just gets picked up there. Looks like a lack of communication here on blue team, just because two people were thinking about heading back there just before Baron went down, and Nami kind of still went in, and she gave up a kill. Now with Baron buff in a 5v4 situation, things are looking a little dire for this blue team.
Yeah, I think this is pretty much just the march to the finish right here. The power spike with Ryze and Baron buff on that Ryze is just going to be too much for blue side to differentiate upon. So if there is any chance, it's going to be in the power of Ziggs' stall potential, but I really think that this is just a march to the end of the game.
Yeah, I don't think he has the stopping potential to stop all these, because he might be able to stop him from taking Nexus turrets, but if they get all three inhibitors here, it's going to be rough. Like, there's a very small chance. Ryze gets a nice initiate there on Caitlyn, enough to force her back. Lucian actually goes all the way in. He is going to go down because he went a little deep there, but Zed hasn't even joined the fray, and he does get an instant kill. Almost gets Caitlyn as well, and it looks like he's still going to go for it. Picks her up. Down goes all four people there in a blaze of glory. Oh, actually, Nami managed to make it out there. I thought she went, well, sorry, I was a little early on the gun there. Ryze picked the kill, and it looks like Purple Team is going to be able to take out the Nexus.
Yeah, purple team smelled the blood. They went in really hard right at the end there. They knew the game. They just decided they had to finish it.
Yeah. finally taking that gold advantage and muscling it in, just using their weight and throwing it around, because the gold advantage ended up being 20 in the team's favor, and that's difficult to come back from.
And we saw the two kind of difficult strategies to pull off that Zed split push strategy and that additional strategy of just trying to poke down the trying to some kind of sustained fight from the other team. Very difficult to pull off by both sides. We saw we have Rise, we have late game potential. Let's use that, let's snowball the game, let's finish everything.
Yeah, and Zed just did a very good job of stalling a lot of the teammates there at that bottom lane, because we saw him for probably about 2/3 of the game. He was at bottom lane just holding off at 2 players, or he would draw down like 4 players, and that allowed the rest of his team to get major targets.
So, we're going to have Toast and Rita next game. Don't start that game yet, please. We're going to take a quick commercial break, and we'll see you guys on the other side. Please stay tuned for our championship match. Hey everyone, the team captain for Luciferous Constellation, contact WES label out. If you're still in chat, we need to get the next game started. Thank you.
With Bee from Crest, brushing is anything but boring. It's a burst of excitement, filled with dynamic flavors, like lime spearmint zest. Be unexpected with Crest. Discover more flavors from Bee, like mint chocolate track and vanilla mint spark.
Welcome back, gentlemen. We are going to be having our final two games here. The first match is going to be for third and fourth place between Goatsanzibot versus Lumiferous Constellation. And then our final match will be between You As Bread, Now You Toe versus Ray Da Da Da. So, couple interesting final games here, and we should be in Champion Select here in just a moment.
This Champion Select is cruising. All the bands are done. Vi, Lee Sin, Yi, Yasuo, Wukong, and the picks so far are Warwick, Morgana, Sivir. Okay, this was really fast. I'm sorry, guys. On the blue side, we have Morgana, Sivir, Orianna, Jin Zhao. And on the purple side, Evelynn, Thresh, LeBlanc, and Nocturne. So this is an exciting setup.
Definitely sounds like a lot of AoE.
Yeah, like they're having another ball delivery system on the blue side. So Warwick into Orianna is going to be a big damage implications. With the Soul Shackles, Jin Zhao with the dive and the combo. This is going to be a big damage AoE blue side. Purple side is going to be a really big pick comp. Evelynn with the Cocoon, LeBlanc with the DFG and the double distortion, Nocturne, Ivan, Thresh. This is going to be a pick comp on one side and a fight comp on the other.
Yeah, for sure. Elise is one of those very common right now. They did nerf some of her power that she used to have. She's fallen off a little bit in popularity, but she still is very strong with her ability to repel, get in fight, or mitigate a lot of damage, and then also her ganks can be so.
Nidalee, team comp is actually going top, so that last game is playing Evelynn. Elise. This game we have the Nocturne going in the jungle, which the Pharaoh Flare jungles that we've seen. We have Warwick and Nocturne going in the jungles with Pharaoh Flares.
So yeah, for sure, and we are seeing that Xin Zhao, so that'll be interesting. Xin Zhao versus Elise at top lane. We'll see how that plays out. Xin Zhao does have a lot of sustain with his inherent heal from his W plus Torrent's Blade to start. And then Elise, on the other hand, she has burst potential with her Q, even in either Spider form. She has a lot of bursting potential with her. So
that's going to be one of our impact matchups. Xin Zhao is one of the most snowbally characters in the game. If he gets going early, that damage is going to be impossible to deal with. Whereas Evelynn, great for the Cocoon picks with Thresh and LeBlanc. I think that both teams showing a lot of synergy with their picks. But I think the stronger picks on this team are going to be on the blue side. Zhao, Orianna, and Warwick.
Yeah. The Warwick Ori, like I mentioned before, is a very powerful ball delivery system, and Morgana can follow it up with a nice Soul Shackles. It will definitely prove to be extremely devastating. And then we have that AoE comp that is extremely strong on Xin Zhao. Like, definitely Shyvana, she is also one of the queens of that ball delivery system form. So, very strong. Blue team, on the other hand, pick comps that you're talking about, LeBlanc, she's really fun to watch. LeBlanc player, because the jukes on her can be very.
Yeah, if this LeBlanc plays thing like that Zed last game played Zed, it's going to be a very game to watch with the distortions in, the double distortion out. Just trying to figure out where LeBlanc is one of the hardest things about playing LeBlanc, especially with the clones. And then on top of that, the matchup between LeBlanc and Orianna in the mid lane heavily favors LeBlanc. But if that shield can be as effective as Orianna wants it to be, that kite back potential is going to be very difficult for LeBlanc to deal with.
Sivir. Oh, Sivir. Okay. So Sivir, the bottom lane is going to be a very interesting one because Sivir and Morgana versus, Thresh and Lucian is going to provide very differing combos because with Sivir and Morgana, they should be able to lock down a lot of the ability of Thresh to control the lane like he does. Because if he can land those hooks, even with the spell shield from Sivir or Black Shield from Morgana, We're going to have a lot of shield mix-ups, I have a feeling. Anyway, that will mitigate a lot of the lockdown that you normally see that a Thresh can put out. So we won't see the same effectiveness of the Thresh Lucian lane that is right now.
The Thresh is one thing that Morgana is super strong against in lane, but Morgana's game is also a really strong pick against LeBlanc. LeBlanc is a really important thing, very difficult thing to do. The Ori shield and Morgana shield could become a lot easier. A lot of that upfront burst that LeBlanc brings to the table.
Nope. So yeah, it looks like this game is getting underway, and any too aggressive plays here. Lucian is one of the early game fighters that's he likes doing those quick invades, but there's not a lot of invasion potential here from most of these teams. Besides, Purple has the strongest invade, so I think we're going to see a pretty docile defensive early game, and hopefully we'll get into a very late game here.
One of the things we haven't really seen from any of the teams so far today is a 2v1, ignoring that pressure bot, and we have a pause.
We do indeed. Looks like having some technical difficulty here on Sivir. She wants to do a quick reset of her computer, and that's fine. And Riot actually did a very effective job of removing a lot of that one effect that you used to see by changing its interact, because now a lot of the turrets, they have a lot stronger. Its plane has that increased armor first 8 minutes, and mid lane also has a decently increased armor. So the only place where it's really advantageous to have those increased champions is that bottom lane. But I haven't seen it at all this tournament. It still happens every now and then, but we haven't seen it as much.
Due to the ward trinket changes recently by Riot, a lot of the LCS teams have been doing that 2v1 early because they don't want that jungle pressure to come onto their bot lane. But with the addition of Feral Flare to the jungle, that's pretty much gone away because most junglers just want basic, I want to farm start instead of that early farm, let's go aggressive start. And so these different starts, these different changes are going really a long way to getting rid of that kind of unfun to watch 2v1 lane early.
Indeed, because usually one person just gets forced out of lane or forced out of experience range, and then they just get forced to farm underneath the turret, which can be very miserable for whoever's in the solo versus the duo. But once again, we're seeing that comparison of the stealth speed versus the ancient coin. Ancient coin obviously has building extremely strong. What is that called? It used to be called Shurelya's Reverie. I forget now.
Shot of Ascension.
Yes. Just the ability to get strong engagement potential with that item. It's such a powerful item. While Morgana, the Spell Thief's Edge, will provide her with a lot more gold generation. Might be able to control the map a little bit more with that gold advantage get generated, but it is not nearly as strong. Its active effect is the AoE slow once it builds Lost Queen's Tribute, if I'm remembering my names correct. It's definitely a strong item, but the ability to initiate with the Ascension, Talisman of Ascension, is that right?
Talisman of Ascension.
Yeah, Talisman of Ascension is just so potent when it comes to Thresh. Thresh, he loves when it comes, because it allows him to land hooks just so much more readily. So it looks like Sivir is back in the game, and we should have this game underway very shortly.
I think a lot of the points that you made with Thresh and the Talisman of Ascension are very spot on. I think that Thresh's engage potential with the hooks and the speed are second, but I also think that Thresh's engage back in his face with Morgana and Xin Zhao. So yeah. It might be to the point where Thresh wants to hook somebody and not dive in, because those engages are going to be very difficult for him to live through if he dives in there.
And we're seeing some pretty aggressive positioning here from blue. It looks like they are going to go for an invasion on this purple side blue. And purple team will have good vision of this just because of the fact of the way they're approaching. But I think it's going to be a bloodbath.
We have
We'll see.
Elise stayed up top, so this is going to be a 5v4 no matter what. But Xin Zhao looks like he's backing out, so this is just going to be a...
Yeah, I think we're going to have a 4v4, and they're probably headed out right about... They are going to be aware of this. Lucian and Thresh are going to be forced back nearly immediately. Morgana misses the binding. That's actually huge. That's actually going to nullify that invasion.
All that pressure was for nothing because Morgana missed that one binding.
Yep. Yeah, that binding is key because keep in mind, blue team, they really don't have strong level 1 fighters. Like, Sivir, she has really strong poke at level 1, just because she has her... But she doesn't have the same presence as, like, AD carries that have at level 1. Like, Ezreal, he can be a carry at level 1. Vayne can also be extremely scary at level 1. But Sivir, she just has raw damage. If she hits it, it's great. But Morgana was definitely their strongest attribute in a level 1 invade.
And that would have been gone a long way to Nocturne, because he takes a long time to scale up anyway. He's not even be useful until level 6.
Yeah.
So the fact that they didn't get that invade off kind of hurts them in the end, because Warwick's a little behind to Nocturne in jungle. You see Nocturne going over and taking red now. Warwick's still on race.
Yep. But Warwick also... Nocturne did skip those race, so he didn't get the same advantage. Warwick looks like he's playing the slower game, but with that blue buff, he should be able to farm just a little bit faster. Going on to mid lane, nothing too exciting, but a little poking fest. That's to be expected when you have an Ori versus a... But, see, the game is a farm. I think they're all waiting until about level 6, and then I think we'll get all sorts of action to go across.
Right there with the LeBlanc against the Ori. Ori's actually maxing her shield first, which is what most Orianas do against LeBlanc, because as soon as LeBlanc dives in, before they can get that silence off, she's just going to shield her all that damage, run LeBlanc out of mana, and just all attack her to death on the way back. It's a very good play by Oriana.
And it looked like Sivir and Morgana are trying to abuse their shield advantage and ability to mitigate a lot of the spell damage and effect by pushing the lane here a little bit. So definitely trying to abuse those early game mechanics that they do have until Lucian is a little bit stronger at that late game, and they might be able to lock down the targets just more.
Good landing of that Soul Shackle onto Oriana by LeBlanc, giving a little bit more damage, because most of that distortion damage like to do early was mitigated again by that great Oriana.
Bottom lane's some pretty strong here, but Morgana still hasn't thrown out the binding. Thresh actually lands the hook. Morgana's going to be brought to about 200 health, and I think she might come out first blood. Lucian flashes to keep up with her, but he is where that Sivir might not... Oh man, I'm very good anti-dash with that flay. He managed to mitigate a lot of the damage there, but I think actually Sivir had a misclick and actually auto-attacked the some of the damage that she done anyway. So I'm not sure if it was intentional.
Yeah, a
by
lot of what
Thresh.
happened there was like a little bit of misclicks, a little bit of mistakes. Morgana got trapped up by Thresh, and then the damage just wasn't there. Should have been. With Flay on Morgana and the Q Morgana, that Lucian should have been able to do enough damage to that kill. Very surprising and very confusing that kill wasn't picked up.
Yep. Nocturne did come down there for a gank and landed a clutch block of Black Shield to mitigate the pull there from Thresh. And both people managed to get out of there alive. Blood up at top lane. Looks like she just did a very solid dive there for Elise. And that's that burst potential that I was talking about.
That was a great play. Elise just repelled onto the Zhao ignited and then just walked away casually.
Yep, that's Elise. She has that massive burst potential. First she hits you in human form, and then she goes to spider form to finish you off. And then repels, or she has so a versatile kit that it's very difficult to play around her sometimes. Ahead.
Top lane Elise, I don't really see it very often, but it's still a very strong pickup. She has great CSing ability because she can do an AoE with her spider. She has a ranged auto attack, but she can also go melee to heal up. She has a very versatile ability to create things for herself, and she's also very difficult to shut down.
And LeBlanc looks like she is gonna go. Oh no, man, just barely stay alive. Taking some big damage there from Orianna, and the Ignite almost brought her down, but she manages to, but she is sticking around. I think she wants to go for the assassination, hoping that she can dodge these balls. But it looks like Nocturne's also going to be here. Bottom lane, a little engaged going on, but this mid lane is where the action's going to happen. LeBlanc is looking for it. There's the engage. Ori misses the ability to, and Nocturne is going to be able to clean up. So nice play there by those two.
Yeah, a little bit of overplay by Orianna. Didn't have that warded, didn't cheat enough to the other side. Difficult to counteract two crowd controls on you, especially when you get off. Difficult play for Orianna. Maybe needs to sit. Sure.
Indeed. But going back to that Elise top lane, one of the main downsides that she does have is she can't really mid lane. We got a gank going on there. LeBlanc goes down to the Warwick ultimate, so well played there by Warwick. Oh man, he takes quite a bit of damage, but it looks like he is going to be able to fall back to the turret nice and safely, but blue team is going to have a strong push going down at bottom lane. Looks like we're starting to get non-stop action across the lanes, so... And, but, as I was saying, she has some mana issues when it comes to spamming her abilities, so that is one of her major downsides, because her Q, when she's in human form, costs like nearly 100 mana. So, it can be very difficult for her to maintain presence, because she doesn't have a lot of damage unless she's using her. And a nice spell shield there from
You see
Sivir.
kind of a misplay by Warwick. He's still in the jungle farming. He hasn't gone back yet. Wow.
Orianna goes down. She tries to shockwave away to mitigate some of that damage, but she does go down to that Ignite auto attack after getting comboed there by LeBlanc. So LeBlanc starting to show that dominance. It reminds me of the old school LeBlanc back when you just maxed Q and R always. And it looks like she's starting to spiral a little bit out of control. Just the...
Yeah, that upfront burst with the Doran's was a little bit too much for the Ori shields to handle. That being said, Ori did take a lot of unnecessary damage from them in there and tank for a little bit. But I think that matchup's becoming a little bit too hard to control.
And one thing that just happened was Nocturne did steal blue team's blue buff, and it looks like he's going for the engage. They're on Warwick, they're in the jungle, and I think they're going to be able to get the easy kill. So, boom, shut down there by Nocturne.
And that's an example of purple team winning the vision game. They have 2 wards on blue team's side of the map at 9 minutes. They're trying to pick people off, they're trying to shut people down. They're wanting this game to snowball fast.
Yeah. And they're actually nearly winning every lane except for bottom, I would say. Bottom is the only one that's still just mainly a horse race, and the only reason why we haven't seen that much action is there's so much ability to mitigate damage from the blue team that purple team hasn't just been able to commit, really. And Morgana hasn't been able to land a lot of good bindings, really. She's landed a couple, but it's difficult when they're high mobilities with like Thresh. Mid lane, another engage going down. Ori gets picked up almost, but Warwick comes in on the side, shuts down LeBlanc. She almost manages to get away, but Ori does finally go down. Warwick still trying to run here. Looks like he might go down to the LeBlanc, but she manages to distortion away before that kill actually goes through. Morgana came up to support. She is going down. Sivir is running away. It looks like she burned that ultimate just to try and get away, and blue team giving up 2 kills there.
Looks like he's farming on the other team.
Oh gosh. Can we get more punny? And meanwhile, top lane, it looks like Elise is actually starting to put out quite a bit of damage, starting to abuse the fact that she has that solid magic pen on from the hunted guys. But she will be pushing out there, it looks like. And Sivir is probably going to be forced to play very defensive here at bottom. LeBlanc.
Yeah, gank coming lane.
Oh man, there's the cocoon. Big damage coming from LeBlanc. And, oh, it looks like a little miscommunication. A nice ultimate from Xin actually forces her to take unnecessary turret hits, but it didn't really amount to anything, and Purple Team picks up the kill.
This LeBlanc is making some things happen right now. She's roaming around, creating an amount of map pressure that Orianna, as a champion, just can't match. Orianna is a very oriented champion, can't really do much beyond farm and get to that ball delivery point of the game.
Nocturne duking it out with Orianna here. She does burn the ultimate and picks up the kill. Nocturne, I thought he had it there with that red buff, but finally that command shockwave into distance was just enough damage that Ori needed to get that kill. So well played there by Orianna.
Very well played by Orianna. Very well played. I think Nocturne overextended just a little bit, didn't have much backup. Typically as a jungler you don't carry straight up, but I think Nocturne thought he turned it around very nicely.
And that might be enough to bring Orianna back into this game, because she did give up 3 kills here. Well, at bottom lane, Thresh burns the box. Tons of damage going down. Morgana gets picked up there by a couple auto attacks from Lucian, and Sivir is brought incredibly low. It looks like LeBlanc is going to be able to get the kill here. She's coming around the back. Let's see if she can do the damage. Keep in mind, she still has her spell shield. She mitigates some damage, but Ignite goes down, and LeBlanc picks up the kill.
LeBlanc on a rampage, and that's really bad. New side, letting that big of a hyper carry get on like this is not good for your team's health. Have a late game oriented comp with a ball delivery system. You need to back off, get some vision, and wait till late game. And there's a lot of things happen that shouldn't be happening.
Yeah. Giving a LeBlanc this fed means that once she gets maybe one more item, because right now she only has Sork Shoes and Phoenix Codex. If she gets a substantial item like a Deathfire or a Rabadon's Death Cap, she is going to be targets. Like, they're just going to explode.
And we talked about how Orianna and Morgana can make the LeBlanc damage. If they let her get this fed, enough damage for them to mitigate, they're just going to melt. They're not going to have the opportunity to mitigate that damage.
Yeah, because once LeBlanc gets that Deathfire Grasp, she can blow up somebori before you even know what happens. And it's pretty devastating. Nice engage going on here at top. Elise tries to repel away and actually flash dodges the Orianna's command pull, but she is going to go down just due to that red buff on Orianna, followed up by the knockup from Xin Zhao. So
that was a great play by blue side. I feel like the Ori ult would have been helpful if it had hit, but the flash was a good play. The fact that Elise almost got away was kind of rather here nor there. The power play by the fact that they had seen Nocturne back, so they knew that there was no jungle pressure coming, was a great understanding of map pressure and understanding where they can make a play.
Indeed, and LeBlanc is still applying massive pressure through that mid lane, keeping that lane pushed, and with that blue buff, she's going to be able to go all over the map. Bottom lane looks like they are going for something, going down there on the team, big damage, but blue team should be able to disengage, especially with Sivir burning her ultimate like that. Probably a little unnecessary, but it will be enough to keep them alive for now.
Yeah, that's going to be big. Sivir's ultimate has a pretty big cooldown early in the game, with the Thresh ult being up and the Lucian's ult cooldown being like, 5 seconds. If they want to play a very aggressive...
LeBlanc catches Warwick and just melts him. And that's what I'm talking about with that Deathfire Grasp. He got blown up before.
I can't even make a comment before this LeBlanc just takes someone out. This is a highly fed, highly skilled LeBlanc. She knows what she's doing, knows the limitations of her champion.
Meanwhile, bottom lane, Morgana goes for the engage there by flash burning the soul shackles. Manages to engage with a flash from Thresh, and then a relentless assault from Lucian. So, nice disengage. But oh my gosh, Morgana getting destroyed by LeBlanc. Nocturne picks up the kill. Xin trying to do what he can here, but we'll see if he can pick up the kill. But Thresh picks up the one. LeBlanc still chasing, and down goes Orianna. That was an ace, effectively. It wasn't actually, but it was an effective ace before it died earlier in the game, and Purple Team now a strong golden finish for just under 7K.
Yeah, we saw last game that Goats on the Boat's mid laner Haley Williams had to go onto it, and it didn't look like he was very comfortable in that champion. It was because, oh wow.
Sivir getting wrecked once it comes up LeBlanc. She managed to stay alive just long enough because she actually burned her spell shield to mitigate a lot of that silence damage, but it wasn't quite enough. LeBlanc is now at that scary stage where there's enough for another needlessly large rod, and she's...
Yeah, Goat's mid laner just looks so champion. He's doing roams and plays that come from thousands of games on a champion. I think that, sorry, not thousands, hundreds, but I think that he's doing a great job. That last game on Ziggs, he actually had LeBlanc in. Would have been interesting to see how much more effective he would have been if he had LeBlanc rather than Ziggs.
For sure. Blue team looks like they're trying to here. They don't realize that LeBlanc is just around the corner, and this easy kills here. There's the vision. Nocturne coming around the side as well. LeBlanc deciding not to actually go in on this. She's thinking about it, though. She's still thinking about it. Zinza.
Oh, she's poised. She smells it.
And she drops a ward there, and we gotta be careful. Warwick going to the initiate, doing some big damage. Double distortion forced from LeBlanc. Big damage going down. Morgana drops the soul shackles. She is gonna get the binding. There's an Oriole flip, but it only manages to land against one. Blue team taking big damage, and LeBlanc actually manages to come back in, help clean up some kills here, and here's going to be an ace for Purple Team. Let's see what said with it.
Those were some amazing individual mechanics coming. Purple Team. That Warwick ult into the Orianna ult hit 3 people, but the key target they wanted to get rid of, LeBlanc, out, was able to poke from the side until her combo came back up, and she took someone down immediately. That was great playing. Lucian stayed on the outside perfect, or walked the entire time. The team looks really on right now.
Yeah, it's definitely proving to be exciting to this Purple Team. Lucian, he does have that zeal over the Sivir, which doesn't seem like much, but once you have that Bloodthirster, that's actually a pretty substantial damage increase. Just because that increased attack speed means you're getting those big auto attacks off a lot sooner.
And Lucian also scales much early with damage, so that Bloodthirster is doing a lot more on Lucian than Sivir.
For sure. And Xin Zhao, he actually doesn't have a single major item. That is probably... it's an interesting decision to do because it does allow you, if you do make it to late game, that you will be better set off, but the problem with not getting a major item is it will set you very far behind the middle stage of the game. And Blue Team, they did manage to get a dragon, so they do have something working for them.
That pulling back a little bit, about 3 or 4 more of those successfully and themselves back. What they really need to be doing right now is stacking up some magic, trying the upfront LeBlanc burst, because that's really their own.
In the upfront Lucian burst that he just did on one, because he brought her down to 2/3 with 3 abilities. So definitely really strong here. And LeBlanc, look at that! Holy crap! He landed 2 abilities. Doctor coming in, picking up the Xin Zhao, also the Sivir. This Blue Team is brought incredibly low, and it looks like they're routed. Picking up Morgana with a Q there. War run, but he should be able to get away. Meanwhile, Purple Team's like, you know what? We don't want to chase. We want you to inhibit her instead. So, a very strongly engaged once again by Purple Team.
At this point, yeah, they're probably get a Baron. Now the respawn time. But this is an inhibitor into a Baron dance, into a Force Baron, into another inhibitor. At this point, I'd be looking for the surrender vote, have more fight. Just LeBlanc just too much power right now, and we're sleeping on the Lucian right now with 143 assists and 10 assists.
Yeah, he's got a lot of gold just sitting in the bank too. He has another 1,500 gold, which means he's probably going to have enough here to finish that Phantom, which is another giant damage increase. And LeBlanc, we didn't even mention it, but she finished her Rabadon's death cap. Just throwing that out there. So she's at a whopping, let's see, 393 AP, which is huge at this stage in the game.
We're 21 minutes in, and LeBlanc has Deathfire Grass, Silly Hat, and Penetration Boots already finished. This is incredibly an amount of strength that isn't typically reached until 30 minutes, 35 minutes.
And it looks like the tournament has indeed begun. Purple team has conceded the Baron grounds immediately, just so that they can allow Blue team to take a little bit of damage there by actually aggravating Baron and then letting him auto attack a little bit. Blue team actually headed back, and this might be time to strike. Fresh lands a big hook, catching
wow.
Warwick out. Down he goes. Blue team is now on the run. Nocturne still has his ultimate, but I don't think he even needs to use it quite yet. He did burn his fear there. There goes. Let's see. I think he's going to try and chase it down. There's the ultimate. Catches up to Simmer. Fear goes down. The spell shield once again negated, but we have a legendary LeBlanc, ladies and gentlemen. She is just rampaging through. Meanwhile, at bottom lane, Lucian takes out the bottom turret. They're pushing out. They're going to get a second inhib here. Looks like Purple team just having such a strong advantage. Little bad manners going on there with a dancing Elise there in the middle of the enemy base, but you know, it happens.
The intelligence of this game plan by goats on the boat, multiple goats, one boat, is just incredible. They she barely got away. She managed to get locked down by Warwick and then dump this person out yet again and barely make it out. So Blue did pick up a kill there and forced Purple team's assault away, but not quite enough. They did get the second inhibitor. They forced him away for a little bit, but they're down. They have a Baron, or they don't have a Baron buff, but Baron's up. They're probably going to steamroll top lane. This Lucian, this team comp is so intelligent, it's so well put out. Blue team went straight for Baron, and instead of dancing around Baron, Purple team sent two split pushers. They sent on bot to push 2 towers. They sent they got 3 towers and inhibited the Baron out of 1 exchange. That play that was well thought out. That was beyond levels of thinking. This Purple team is on fire right now.
Yeah, they are. And once again, LeBlanc has another needlessly loud, most likely building that into a Zhonya's, but that's going to bring her AP up to 504, which means she can probably burst down nearly any target. And that's going to be very devastating for this Blue team. Not to mention buff that's currently going on.
Yeah, I don't know why blue team's even anywhere close to this Baron. I think that they should have just given this up and tried to defend. That would have been the only play available to them, but now we see this game just snowballing out of control.
Team the ball elite. There's the cocoon. Meanwhile, LeBlanc
see
manages
this
to pick
game
up some
just
here.
snowballing out of control.
The team is inhibitor yet again too. Down. Got only one complex each. No major items. Keep in mind besides that. Oh, he's trolling. Then like what? Xin Zhao with 2? I call shenanigans. Anyway, there goes Xin Zhao. Purple team. It takes down the final next. And then they're just wrapped in this Nexus. There goes the ball into a shockwave. But it's not quite enough. And Purple team takes the win. So,
Going by Purple team, that pick comp being run very effectively with LeBlanc snowballing really hard. LeBlanc Orianna is a difficult lane for Orianna at the beginning. The LeBlanc was just so strong with the, and really the Elise play was very impressive with Cocoon's ability to repel out of a lot of that damage.
showing there from Goats on the Boat. They will take home that third place, and Lumiferous Constellation will take home fourth place. So we do have one more game for you guys. We'll be setting that up in just a few minutes, and that final game will be between the mighty You Toast and Ray Da. I'm still not sure how you pronounce that one.
I think for the "you was bread, now you toast," it has to be said a little bit more ebonically. So it's like "yo was bread, now you toast."
Well, I will work on that a little bit. I'm still working on my. Okay, well, we'll see you guys on the other side of this break for the championship game. Make sure you stick around. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the final match of this tournament, which will be going on between You Was Bread, Now You Toast versus Ray DDD. We just watched the third and fourth place game versus Lumiferous Constellation and Goats on the Boat. And Goats. They managed to take the lead in that, so they came home with that third place prize. So now this finals game is going to be for the 2,400 RP prize and the 3,200 RP prize and the Triumphant Rise skin.
All right, we have a couple of bans coming out. LeBlanc being banned by Now You Toast, and Soraka being banned by Redididididida. Both really popular picks right now as far as the mid lane goes. So these seem to be focused on mid lane right now, and we have a Master E ban coming out on the side of Toast.
I actually kind of like that because with the new Feral, Flare, Master E actually has very strong damage at the late game, and
Very strong.
So I actually kind of like that, especially if one of the teams can actually play Master E in a very effective manner.
We also have a Rise being banned out by Redidida, very late game champion, and a Jax by Redidida as well, and Xin Zhao being banned out by Toast. And we have a Warwick being picked up by Mikey the Bully.
I feel like Warwick has been in nearly every game that we've watched today.
I think so. I think he's been in every game. The Wolf is strong in this one. We have a Karma being hobbled over on the side of Redidida. We'll see if they pick that up. Definitely kind of going away from the poke comps we saw earlier. And this is Karma and Pantheon picked up for Redidida. So that'll be an interesting combo.
Yeah, Pantheon's an interesting choice. He was very popular at the beginning of Season 4, but he kind of fell out with popularity once they started to change around some of the mechanics. But he still probably is very effective. I'm not sure if he gets the full benefits of Feral Flare that we have seen, but he's probably still going to go with the normal Jungle Pantheon if he's going Jungle Pantheon.
Yeah, Pantheon was really good because his stun now applies to minions, and he has a shield every third auto attack. So he was very good in the jungle. He had a lot of power. He had a lot of pressure with the global ultimate. But nowadays, with the Feral Flare junglers being so very prominent, as well as Pantheon's getting his base stats nerfed, reduced just a little bit, he's fallen off a little bit, but I do like the global pressure that he brings. I'm really interested to see if they're going to bring another global person like Shen, maybe Karthus, some kind of just global team that controls the map. We also have a Kayle and a Zed being picked up on the side of You Was Bread, Now You Toast.
So that'll make for some very interesting games. They definitely have strong potential to like just focus down single targets because the Zed Kayle Warwick combo that you have going on there just has the strong ability to lock down a priority target there. Like whoever their AD carry ends up being there for Redidida.
Yeah, Zed and Kayle combo is very interesting. The Kayle kind of makes Zed a god. Zed dives in. Typically, your opportunity to kill Zed is when he goes in. But if you intervention Zed right when he gets out of his ultimate, he can get right out, take no damage, and then you have a full health assassin, and one of your guys just got popped. And we see a Trundle and a Caitlyn going over to Redidida.
Trundle and Caitlyn. Trundle, he's been a very strong popular pick there up at the top lane just because he has very strong sustain with his passive, and he has the ability to mitigate a ton of damage with the bite. The bite just stealing that once it gets towards those max rages, those max points, it's like a full BF sword. So it's definitely a very strong ability.
I'm interested to see now where this Warwick and Kayle are going to end up, because we might see a Jungle Kayle. Jungle Kayle, while a lot of people think that it's a troll, a lot of people think that it's not a real thing, it's one of the strongest jungles in the game. The ability power ratio on Kayle with the utility added from her W makes her able to get around the map a lot faster than other junglers, especially ones like Pantheon. So she'll have a lot of pressure early, and she stacks very well with Feral Flare with that attack speed coming in from that item.
Yeah. So she also has that ability. Her ganks can be actually very potent if she can get in them and land a Q, because her Q is a very powerful slow, and her ability to heal and speed up another champion. So, like, say they have like a Thresh or something in the bottom lane that has a substantial amount of CC, or like a Leona. Sometimes that speed up is all you need to lock down that target. So then Kayle, once she gets on that target, she dishes out a lot of damage because she just shreds armor and MR. It's what she's good at.
Yeah, with this lockdown coming from Warwick and this massive amount of AoE and pick combo coming from Kayle and Zed, plus the ultimate from Zyra that's going to lock down their entire team, and I mean obviously the bully potential from Lucian, this is going to be an interesting combo to watch just on the basis of their team comp. They have a very pick-oriented comp like we saw the last time with Elise and Thresh and Zed or LeBlanc, excuse me. And on the other side, we have a very comp that doesn't really have its own identity. It has a lot of very good pieces, but they don't fit in synergizing as well as the blue side's comp from Toast.
Yeah, they definitely have some of the stronger picks that are very popular right now. Like Karma's support is one of the more popular supports right now, just because she has strong poke. She has a strong shield that also provides movement tech, and then whenever you use her ultimate, it magnifies the effects of one of her abilities. Like either her Q gets the double hit, the shield becomes AoE, or the W actually heals her. So she has a lot of options. That is one of the benefits. And when you're playing against an aggressive lane, she's very good. But we'll see how that goes. Because Zyra, she's also a kind of a defensive, aggressive support. She likes to... Because it's actually kind of hard to hit the roots aggressively when they have the ability to juke. But if someone's chasing you, it's much easier to hit those roots.
Yeah, those roots kind of grow on you as the game goes. And she definitely has an ability to catch certain people and let Lucian have full damage. Because Zyra's root early is one of the longest crowd controls that there is in the game. It's actually a 1.25 second snare, which is very high level for that particular stage in the game. So early, a lot of the threat on bottom lane is going to be from that snare, and unless Karma and Caitlyn can get some very good pokes, which is very possible, they have a very good poke comp, I'm looking for this bottom lane to be in the favor of blue side, and I'm looking for the jungle advantage to be in the favor of blue side. The other two lanes, in my opinion, are up for grabs.
Yep. It is going to depend very heavily on how good that Zyra is at supporting the Lucian, because Karma, she does at least provide a shield, while Zyra, on the other hand, she's only really vision-oriented and being able to control. She does provide a lot of damage if she can land those combos with her Q and her plants and whatnot. And once she gets her ultimate, she's much stronger, I feel, at controlling the map, but it's going to be very reliant on her, because Karma by herself with Caitlyn and the speed ups might prove to be a very devastating lane. But we'll see.
Yeah, I agree. I completely agree. I think Zyra's zone potential with her ultimate is one of the more scary things that she brings to the table, as well as the vision control with her plants. But one thing you have to remember about Zyra is she has 0 mobility. Karma has a speed up, a shield, things that could slow other people down. Zyra, if she misses her snare, it's very easy to pick her off. And with someone like Pantheon and like a ball delivery system in that particular sense, or a Trundle who's going to pick someone out, like pick someone to ult and then be super fast, very strong, very beefy, it's going to be really difficult for this Zyra to maintain control of where she is, and also the pressure that she will bring from her ultimate. So I'm really interested to see that. I'm really interested to see how this bot lane plays out. I think that's going to be the impact matchup of this game. Watching both these teams, that bot lane really was the power point for both of these teams.
Yeah, and it'll be really interesting to see if it is actually a Kayle in the jungle. And because that'll make the lane matchups very different. Because I feel like Kayle could actually win out over Trundle, but Trundle versus Warwick, that's a matchup that I'm a little unsure about. I feel like Trundle slightly wins on that just because he already has inherent sustain. But like you said, I think that bottom matchup is going to be the deciding factor.
Yeah, Warwick typically seems to lose to people that also have sustain. For whatever reason, Warwick's sustain it isn't backed up with a whole lot of damage. Trundle Sustain has that Q damage. It has that attack speed steroid from his Vile Filth, and has his ultimate steroid by stealing Warwick's stats. So it's going to be really interesting to see how that matchup plays out. I'm really putting that in the favor of Trundle at the moment. I think that Trundle's the stronger pick on that one, but it's going to be very interesting to see. And there's also something to point out. We do have a Challenger Tier Z on the side of You Was Bread, Now You Toast. So we'll see what kind of plays someone who is already shown to be mechanically skilled is going to make. Okay. It seems like we're having a little bit more technical issues with Ruble. Just going to do a quick breakdown of what's going to happen in this game. Most likely, it's going to be a very early game oriented bot lane. There's not going to be a whole lot going to happen in the top lane. 2 scale champions. Warwick takes a while to build up. Trundle takes a while to build up as well. You got Lucian and Zyra, who are a great pick comp, a great early game aggression comp, and Kayle. Kayle's going to give a lot of slows and a lot of upfront burst damage that you don't see from a lot of jungles at this point because of the Feral Flare changes, because of everything that's happening with jungles. So look for a lot of pressure bot lane, as well as look for a lot of individual skill matchups in the mid lane. Orianna versus Zed is going to be a very interesting matchup. Orianna typically wins out that lane because of the shield effectiveness, just the way the cooldowns line up. But we have to understand that this is a Challenger Tier Zed. If there is someone that's going to be able to abuse an Orianna lane with Zed, it's going to be this guy. So this individual skill matchup in the mid lane is going to be something that's very entertaining to watch. We've gotten to the final game of our tournament today. This is going to be the 2 best teams that have played out of the 12 that entered. This is going to be a very interesting matchup. This is going to be something that is going to be really fun to watch. And we have a pause coming out. So, going to be, I think, probably someone just didn't connect right. Yeah, Trundle didn't connect. So, okay, we're in the game now. We're good to go, and the game is resumed. Interesting thing to point out for any of our viewers that are newer to the game, or anyone that wants some interesting strategical aspects of the game. We talk about ball delivery systems a lot with Orianna. That command shockwave is a huge impact play on 99% of what goes on in the game. And Ruble's back.
Yeah, sorry about that. We apparently had technical difficulties on all sides of this game, it seems like. So,
all right, well, I was just talking about the tactical impact of the Orianna ult onto... Oh, Trundle's still not connected. The Orianna ult onto Pantheon. When Pantheon jumps in, his team can target him with things, so you aren't necessarily going to see that Orianna bolt get applied to Pantheon, but he will land on you, he will stun you, and it's too late at that point. Orianna's going to hit you. So as soon as your team can see the circle of Pantheon on the ground, Orianna is able to put that ball onto Pantheon, kind of sneak attacking onto that gank. So it's going to be very interesting to see how they apply this ball delivery, because that's really the only thing that they're going to have to make that shockwave a surprise attack, which is kind of how you want to use that shockwave.
Yeah. Other than that, they really don't have an effective means of ball delivery besides Orianna just getting in the face. So I can definitely agree that the Pantheon, he should have the most effective means of delivering that ball. Meanwhile, we are seeing that jungle Kayle. So that should make for an interesting game here, because Warwick versus Trundle at top lane. I'm excited.
I think that the jungle Kayle is going to add some mystery factor, because there's not a whole lot of people that have played against jungle Kayles. It's a very niche pickup, a very interesting pickup, to be honest with you. Interested to see how it works on a diamond level player. But the jungle Kayle has a lot of ability to influence a game, but it's typically a late game carry, which is what Feral Flare accentuates. So I think that this is going to be a very great pickup. I think that the Kayle will end up being one of the impact players of this game, along with the Zed. And I think that if they can snowball this bot lane, that's going to be where the power point is for this team.
Other than that, everybody else is starting very standard. Zed did decide to go with a longsword with 3 health pots instead of going for that Doran's Blade that a lot of people like to go with, but he's probably wanting to go with a quick brutalizer, is what I would expect.
Against Ori, you're going to need a lot of sustain early. That's where Zed typically loses that matchup, where he can't damage out her shield. And I think that both of them know exactly how this matchup is going to go.
Yeah. It is probably going to prove to be very difficult. Top lane, just a little bit of farm fest going on. Meanwhile, at bottom lane, it's also a farm fest. So I think we might see a quiet first stage of this game until we get to about level 6. I think middle lane is probably going to be one of the most active, but we'll see. Yeah, Orianna's starting to already put a little bit of pressure on that Zed, but he has a decent amount of MR, so he will mitigate a lot of that damage from her passive and those balls.
Yeah, Zed itemized with sustain very well, and also has a very good rune setup for this particular lane.
Yeah, he's mitigating a lot of damage and actually putting out some nice poke on her. But yeah, pretty quiet game so far. It looks like everybody just wants to farm it up except for this mid lane that keep just poking at each other.
We see the Trundle starting to win out in pressure against this Warwick. Warwick's already taken a little bit of damage, but you know, he's Warwick, he's just going to sustain it right back up. So as I said, you know, this top lane, it can go either way, but I really think it's just going to be kind of boring to watch.
Yeah, I think it's going to be 2 immovable objects that are just going to farm it up until, you know, somebody teleports in. And they both have teleports, so they can enter the fray and farm up there for as long as they like. But Trundle's also another one of those. I kind of view him more as like a counter pick because he really likes to be used when the opponent has like a very strong tank. Like I'm thinking like Rammus, Galio, one of those ridiculous, like that has very strong buffs, Leona, just something along those lines, because that ultimate is much more effective when they have a very tanky target that he can just shred their armor, MR, and then just go in, because that's what Trundle does.
We don't see a lot of those super tanks anymore at this point. You know,
Yeah.
you have a lot of the more basic tanks. You know,
Udyr, Jarvan,
Udyr,
Nautilus.
Jarvan, you know, Warwick, Pantheon, like tanks that also have a lot of damage built into their kit. But like Rammus, Malphite, Galio, those taunt tanks that used to be so popular in like Season 1, you never really see those anymore. So it's very interesting that you think that Trundle's a counter pick, and I agree. But that kind of goes to speak Trundle's viability in all stages of the game. You know, he's a counter pick to Warwick, he's a counter pick to pretty much everyone that goes top lane. Anyone that builds sustain and damage.
Uh-oh, big damage going down. Trundle trying to duke it out with Warwick, and actually gets brought down fairly low, and Warwick is going to win out on this initial lane engage. So, no kills. Mid lane, big damage going down, and Zed actually goes down. It goes a little bit too strongly onto that Orianna. Gives up the kill. But it looked like a nice gank there from Pantheon.
Yeah, it was a nice gank. Zed got kind of caught with his pants down a little bit because he had used his Living Shadow earlier to put some harass onto Orianna, and he doesn't have his flash up, he doesn't have his flash up, so he wasn't able to escape that damage.
Meanwhile, at bottom lane, the poke is still going on, but Karma is actually providing a lot of shield for this Caitlyn, and she's able to keep that Caitlyn at nearly full while Karma's still just poking away at this Lucian. So Lucian's been a little hesitant to fully commit to these engages that we've been seeing so far.
Just a lot of farming going on right now. Not much to, you know, strategically talk about. It is very interesting that the high-level Zed let himself get caught out that early by you know, a Feral Flare type jungle situation. Oh, we see some action down here in bot.
Yeah, Caitlyn taking some big damage, but once again that Lucian is low enough where he gets forced back, but Zyra's actually proving her mettle here. putting out enough damage to force that Caitlyn into a defensive state as well. Meanwhile, at top lane, Pantheon looked like he went for a gank here on the Warwick, but it seems like it's not going to do very much.
Yeah, Warwick doesn't really care about early ganks. You know, he's going to sustain. He's going to be fine. He has plenty of life. One of the hardest people to pull a gank off of.
Kale's coming in for a gank on bottom, and Karma managed to land some nice big damage there on Lucian, who is brought to just under 100 health. He has healed up quite a bit from it now, but definitely a little scary position there for him. And it looks like Kale's going to play a little bit aggressively in the jungle here, try and find a blue buff, but unable to do so.
Down. This is going to be iffy for Kale. This is going to be a lot of chance. I don't know if she can get out of this before Pantheon and that bot lane reacts.
That was fast enough. Bottom lane was not ready to react to it, and Orianna, she might be able to get the shockwave here. Pulls her in, but there's the intervention. Might be enough to keep her alive. There's the heal, there's the flash, and it should be enough to get her away. And flash for a blue buff. And shockwave ultimate. Zed going in, also doing some big damage. There goes the ultimate, but the shield, the Aegis of the whatnot, managed to do a very good job of mitigating that damage enough to keep Pantheon alive.
Yeah, that was a very strategically awkward move from Kale. I feel like a lot of what people would expect is to have that river brush warded. So the fact that she walked from the tri-bush through the river to Pantheon's blue was questionable, because you can see that. You automatically know, hey, they're going to have this warded. We probably shouldn't path this way. And she kind of sold it out, showed them what she was doing so that they were able to react on that long, round of nothing happened.
Yeah, purple team actually has a surprising lack of vision on the board right now. Blue team has wards fairly consistently around the dragon and bottom, and right now purple team just has that bottom bush by the river warded, and that's about it. So because of that, blue team got a free dragon there.
Yeah, the vision control, while it isn't astronomical for blue team, I mean, they both have wards, one ward on the map, but it is at a more critical location. It's right by that dragon, where the purple is just at the river. So you knew where a couple people were, you knew where the team was, because you made them back. They went straight for the dragon, free dragon pickup.
Yep, but this is still anyone's game. There has only been one kill so far, and we're 9 minutes in. And we did get that dragon as well, but it's still been fairly uneventful. So blue team is starting to get a little bit more vision control on the map, while purple team is still, it looks like they're trying to maintain that vision control just on that southern side of the map. Meanwhile,
big damage coming out from Zyra. Oh, the Pantheon ultimate.
Yeah, comes down in, but Pantheon doesn't quite connect that with the rest of blue team, and unable to really do too much damage. And we'll see if they decide to go with the tower dive. Caitlyn is incredibly low, so I don't think it's necessarily the most strategic decision, but purple team, I don't know, maybe they're going to dance around here. Pantheon, he looks like he wants to bite something. Well, maybe it was just that pink ward.
Yeah, this Pantheon, I think, understands that his power spike is now. It's going to take a little bit longer for that Kale to build up to that Feral Flare level, and he's already got his Spirit of the Ancient, Spirit of the Elder Lizard. So he has the power over Kale at the moment, and he needs to make it happen, where Kale is just going to farm, and at the late game, Kale's going to be much more effective than Pantheon.
Warwick getting the ultimate drop at mid. Zed burning his ultimate as well, picks up the easy kill, but Orianna managed to drop a nice ultimate that kept blue team together, and Zed gets picked up by the teleporting Trundle, and purple team gets forced back. Trundle goes down to that Kale, who has massive sustained damage. Meanwhile, at bottom lane, there was a double kill, probably as a result of a nice root there from Zyra, followed up by a nice engage by the Lucian, because it looks like he did burn his culling there.
Yeah, Lucian played really well there. The orb walk was amazing. A lot of the damage was put up front. Karma and Caitlyn got caught in the Zyra ultimate into a snare. So the culling plus that combo was very, very good. as far as putting out early game damage, and you see they get rewarded with a turret.
Indeed. So that's going to bring the gold advantage about 2k in blue team's favor. But like I said, this is still anyone's game. Both teams are still very even. Keep in mind, blue team, they did get that dragon buff, so a lot of that gold is spread fairly even, so you won't see the effects of it quite yet.
And a lot of the kills on blue team are spread out throughout the team. I mean, you see 4 people with 1 kill apiece, and their carry mid laner has 0 kills and 2 assists. A lot of CS coming across, but this power is being so spread evenly across blue team. It's going to be really difficult at a certain point for purple to really keep up, because now they took a 500 gold deficit, blue team did, and made it a 3,000 gold lead from 1 or 2 fights in 2 different lanes.
Yeah, for sure. And with that gold, it looks like they are starting to build some major items here. Warwick looks like he's almost all the way to that Sunfire Cape. Just needs a tiny bit more gold. Zed, he does have that build bar cover, so he's got a little bit more first. Top, we do have an engage going on. Trundle getting caught a little far out, and the Warwick ult goes down, and Kale with that massive sustained damage just picks him off.
You see the slow there coming in from Kale. Once you get caught by that Q, the cooldown's low enough to where you're gonna get hit by him over and over again. So it's like getting caught in an Iron Maiden. It's just gonna close on you eventually. You just gotta last as long as you can. Oh, Pantheon.
Meanwhile, Pantheon man drop going down at mid lane. Doesn't quite connect once again. Doesn't quite get where he needs to go when he needs to go. What they basically needed to do was have Orianna get that ultimate in, get it in before blue team can disengage, or need to have at least Karma knock a slow so that he can at least follow it up with a shield strike, or Aegis of Zionia.
Yeah, the intention from purple side on Redidada is there. I can see the plays perfectly functioning, but the Pantheon ultimates just aren't far enough back, and the team isn't aggressively attacking the ultimate circle enough for them to truly get to where they need to be. So the plays just aren't happening. And we see a snare coming in.
Orianna gets caught out, flashes over the wall, but a culling plus the Warwick ultimate. Well, the Warwick damage is just going to be too much for her to handle. Trundle trying to get away now, and he should be able to with his frozen domain. Should be enough movement speed and CC reduction that he should be able to get out of there just fine, and so he does. But blue team's most likely going to be able to get a very easy mid turret out of this.
Yeah, and we kind of see purple side possibly getting outmaneuvered a little bit, outclassed on the rotations just a bit. They keep trying to make plays, they're wasting ultimates on these plays, and then blue side is just taking those wasted ultimates and creating instant offense. We've now gone from a 500 gold deficit, 2 minutes ago, to a 5,000 gold lead at this point.
Yeah, and that's starting to show a little bit here. Lucian, he does have that Vamp Scepter completed, and it looks like he's going to go finish his Bloodthirster. So is Caitlyn, and he should be able to get a little bit out, something extra, because he does have his Berserker Greaves also. You're just going to see this slowly increase of all their items just by a little bit, and that's going to actually prove to be very substantial here at this middle stage in the game.
I think if this Rita can get to late game, they have an opportunity with their scaling champions to maybe pull something out. But with Zed, Kale, and Warwick, they have to be on point from here on out in order to not let them continue to snowball, but also not let them continue to take objectives. Because they're only, purple side only has 1 tower, while blue side has 3 towers and 2 dragons already secured for their side.
Yeah, and a lot of the purple team champions, I find Pantheon, he seems to me to fall off a lot towards that late game. He still has that ultimate initiation with his man drops, but he doesn't quite have the same impact as some of the other junglers that you normally see. Like, he can be devastating, but I feel like a lot of his potential is front-loaded at the mid to late game. We're pretty much focused around that level 6 area. While Orianna, she has huge late game potential if she can get that ball delivered.
Yeah, the problem with Pantheon is that he goes in and he can't get out. You know, a lot of the better junglers like Kha'Zix, Elise, I guess Kale to a certain point, Vi, Yi, they all have a way to get out. We see a Baron going down to blue. I think they're going to two-man this.
Oh man, and there is no vision of it. I think they might be able to do it. Warwick has that massive sustain, and it looks like they are going to be able to do it, and this is going to be huge. Blue team is going to have a massive advantage from this Baron buff. And there it is. Blue team gets the Baron buff at just under 17 minutes, and that's going to be huge. Absolutely huge. Here comes a man drop down at mid lane, and down he drops on...
Oh, he flashes the ult!
Flashes out of the Orianna ultimate, and blue team just easily picks up that exposed Pantheon then. And now they're going to start abusing that Baron buff. Warwick ultimate going down on Karma. Warwick takes some big damage, but the intervention is going to be enough to save him. Blue team still pushing out here at mid lane, but the minions are gone. But meanwhile, Zed at bottom lane is also pushing that out as well. So definitely some big plays there as a result of that Baron buff.
You know, blue team here, to me, is just spelling, you know, they understand exactly when you're allowed to execute somebody, and they are bringing down the Headsman's Axe right now. They are putting such a clamp down on every objective, every single thing that they want, that purple team just has no time to react. They got a two-man to Baron. They pushed a turret while they two-man Baron. They just won a team fight with 4 people because of a two-man Baron and a turret push. There's so much distraction, so much misdirection coming in from this blue team. I don't know how purple team can keep up.
Yeah, you as Bread and I Toast is definitely coming together very strongly here. And it looks like, unless Purple Team can make some sort of amazing comeback here very shortly, or at least outlast this Baron buff, they're going to have an easy victory. So, we'll see though. We still got quite a bit of time left in this game, assuming Purple Team doesn't throw away any more easy kills.
And now, you know, you can't even have the Baron dance. You can't even have any throws at Baron because they're going to two-man it with you having no vision, and you can't even predict when they're doing it because they're going to have people in every lane. This strategic dominance coming in from you is very impressive.
So, yeah, and it looks like Purple Team, they're just trying to farm up a little bit here in the jungle, push around to the other lanes, try and do what they can, but it's going to be devastating here because it looks like Blue Team has been farming their jungle as well, and we're going to slowly see that level advantage increase more and more in Blue Team's favor, and Purple Team hopefully can hold out, but it's going to require a small miracle for that to happen. Oh, Karma gets caught. Big damage going down. She forced a flash out. Lucian decides not to chase. I thought he was going to chase there a little bit. But now Purple Team is forced back underneath their turret.
This is an impressive game coming in from Toast. I think that their strategical thought, you know, we're going to run this pick comp, we're going to run this comp, this is going to take someone out
top lane, Trundle gets Warwick ulted, and big damage goes down on him, but he does manage to flash out. Pantheon tries to support, goes down. Caitlyn still trying to do what she can here, but also gets rooted, and that's going to be enough to almost get destroyed by that massive crit from Lucian. That was huge.
Lucian is so big right now. Their bot lane has snowballed this game for them massively. Zyra's snares and ability to lock down the enemy team, plus Warwick ult, is just creating a hazard that, you know, Redada cannot avoid.
And there is 3 turrets down. All 3 inhibitors are exposed now, and that is going to spell probably the ultimate doom here for this Purple Team. Just because
this is a triple push.
Yeah. You very rarely see an effective triple push, but that gold advantage is starting to become so substantial where their coordination is just so perfected where Blue Team is just dominating right now. And down goes the first inhibitor, down goes the second one here very shortly, and it's going to be rough.
They can't even do anything. They can't even decide what lane they want to kill. There's no victory. There's no ability for them to even think. Toast is just suffocating them completely here.
Yeah, and there's just no time for them to catch their breath either. Blue team realizes that they have such a strong advantage that they're just going to keep pushing it. They're going to get this third inhib down, and that's going to be huge because purple team is still only level 2. There's the Orianna Shockwave. Manages to be enough to pick up Warwick, but Zed comes in, doing big damage, going to be enough to pick up Karma, and Orianna manages to pick him up as well, forces out the Lucian as well. Lucian goes down, though, to a beautiful Ice Shard there from Zyra, and we'll see if they can chase down Lucian or Zyra here. Zyra taking kind of the dangerous route. Orianna is going to try and head him off, but Lucian might have enough sustain to do this. They are still on the prowl. Zyra realizes that she's there. There goes the ball, and not quite enough. Purple
Kale's
team.
coming in. Kale's coming in.
Kale's coming in the back, and we'll see. Orianna realizes, she's like, oh, I'm almost can get this kill. There's the culling from Lucian. Not quite in range, and Kale is coming. There's the distance going to be to slow her down. I don't think she's going to be able to chase her down. No. It would be bold. It would be extremely bold. Oh, Warwick coming in, bringing down Karma very low, and it might be enough. Kale comes in, just does a couple swift auto attacks, brings down that kill. Pantheon going down. Oh my gosh, Caitlyn still running, and I think purple team's got their backs to the rope. And Kale actually taking out Trundle almost in there, but gets enough time to bring down both next turrets. Caitlyn coming in on Lucian, might be enough to bring down the kill. Warwick trying to do what he can here. Trundle trying to stop him, and actually takes down, but we gotta remember, we have all 3 inhibitors down, which means the minions take it. Well, that was the game, guys. That was the championship game. And you was bread, now you are toast, are the victors.
That was an impressive, suffocating performance from Toast. There was no chance for any counterplay. There was no chance for even an ability to come back there. That was quite impressive.
Yeah, that was just
a
raw show of dominance.
We've seen constantly throughout the day, pretty much the team with Warwick is winning. I don't know what it is about Warwick, but I'm pretty sure he's 4-0 in our stream today.
I think it's those flash initiates. It's always been a potent ability, and Warwick fell off in popularity for a long time there. But those initiates, man, they hurt.
I'm interested to say, I am intrigued, I am proud to say that Warwick is back. I'm sad to say that there was no Earth the Manatee in this particular game.
Okay, so we are going to cut to one more break. If you guys stick around, you guys can see us interview the championship team here. So stick around. You might learn a little bit of something. And we'll see you guys on the other side of this break.
It's exciting. It's exciting.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. We have the champions here of our most recent tournament, which is the team We Was Bread. Now you was bread. Now you are toast. And the players we have here are Mikey the Bully, who played Warwick in the last game, Cheeto Pirate, who played Kale, Static, who played Lucian, Carlotta, who played Zyra, and Pooty Spank, who played Zed. Oh, welcome to the party, guys. How did that victory go?
I thought it went pretty smooth. Yeah.
Man, it was great, man. See, the team, we go into the game, the loading screen, right? We got all the Diamond kids on our team, and that's cool. But when you see that challenger border,
oh man,
it fills you with a confidence, and that's how we won.
The mighty Pooty Spank, everyone. Pooty Spank.
I don't know about that. I feel that my Warwick skin, even though I didn't use my Earthwick, but the gray Warwick showed that I can rope in people to the game, and I think it showed us that we have a really good team morale.
You know, I was really surprised that Earth the Manatee wasn't shown in this game. Can you go through the strategic decision not to use Earth?
I didn't use Earth because I know a lot more people have Earth than they have gray. And, you know, I just gave the other team the chance to see Gray Warwick, and, you know, it's just a privilege.
Mikey's kind of a hipster loser in real life, and that's what he brings to the team.
Okay.
Okay, so where do you guys think went the best for you? What was there a specific point in the game where you felt like you guys took advantage and took control of the game?
Baron. Oh, Baron for sure. Baron for sure.
You thought that was the turning point, or do you think it happened before that?
I mean, Trundle's sitting up top while I do Dragon with Mark. I mean, that was pretty bad for them. But, you know.
So to recap, you guys two-manned Baron and then went into an interesting, to say the least, triple push game plan. You pushed 3 lanes at once, and they didn't stop you at all. How did you decide to go into a triple push game plan? Was that just like, hey, they're not stopping us? Or is that a, hey, we're so much stronger at this point, let's just do whatever we want?
Well, we're a lot stronger at that point because we had the Baron and all the dragons that we were taking. So, me as Kale, I can go 1v1 anyone. I don't need to be with the team. So, we can have me in a side lane. We can have Zed by himself because he can also 1v1 anyone. He's Zed, you know, he can dive turrets, whatever. And then the rest of the team can just group up and do whatever. And they decided to push the 3rd lane, so.
Okay.
I'd like to also add in that definitely Zed pick really carried us that game.
Do you mean it?
Of course,
no, he doesn't. You went negative.
Come on, I know you agree. Don't even lie.
I would like to point out, Carlotta, you picked Zyra into a Morgana. That's not a Karma. Yeah, sorry. I've seen so many Morganas this today that I just assumed it was Morgana. You picked Zyra into a Karma. Karma's like the king of poke comps down bot. How did you feel that Zyra was going to go up against a Karma? Have you played that matchup before, or was that just a comfort pick for you?
Well, I've played it before. See, with Karma, she has the early, like the first couple levels, but once Zyra gets her first 3 spells, she overwhelms them with plants and her damage and CC.
Okay. Well, it definitely proved out because Lucian became a beast there at late game. I think I saw him crit for like 700 damage there underneath a turret on Caitlyn because it was like obscene. You like did 1 damage and I think you got a static shade proc and she just like blew up. It was impressive.
Austin is definitely one of the dirtiest AD carries out there with Wild Turtle and definitely better than Double It.
Oh, there you go. There you go. Those be strong words. So in the next tournament when you guys play, you better tell them to come play too.
Oh, are you kidding me? They don't even respond to me. They know better.
So
I don't know
how
if
did you?
Oh my god.
Go ahead, Rubel.
So up at top lane, Mikey, how did you feel about the Warwick pick versus Trundle? That's not a very common matchup that we normally see. Have you played
I
it
don't know.
before?
I like to choose challenging lanes. We in our team schedule we practice like around 3 hours each night, 6 days a week. So I like to practice Warwick a lot there too. And I thought, I mean, I'm a pretty good Warwick. I think it pays off. I was pretty chill with that lane.
It seems so. I think one of the top lane.
Oh, I'm
Hello?
sorry, your mic's a little bit laggy for me.
Up at top lane, I know there was an initial gauge where you forced him back. That was pretty good, but I forget which lane. Who got first blood on that in this game?
They
Remember?
did. The enemy did.
Oh yeah. Well,
That's it.
here's the thing: when Pantheon decides he gonna try to shut Pooty down because he afraid of Pooty, he gonna camp that lane. That's okay, baby. I'm okay with that.
Oh my god.
Because even after I died, even after they slain the Pooty from the camps, I still ahead in CS, baby. Everything was good.
I did want to point out, you're a challenger level player. You used your Living Shadow aggressively to poke an Orianna under her tower. Is that something you would typically do, or is that a miscalculation by you?
Oh, well, I mean, I died, so yeah, miscalculation. I'm a jungler. I'm a jungler, and so I'm just kind of hitting buttons. I don't really have any mid lane instincts, if you will, so I just kind of do random stuff, and usually it works out. Obviously, it did not work out that particular time.
Fair enough. How long have you guys been playing together?
We've been playing together for about
4 hours.
Yeah. 4 hours. We just started our practice today.
Oh, okay.
You guys haven't had any play experience prior to this, though?
With each other, not really. Randomly seeing a couple of them in solo queue. I mean,
I don't know. I haven't seen Pooty in solo queue in a while though. He kind of took a dive.
Nice.
So you guys just met each other this morning. I mean, this is the first kind of games you've played together.
I mean, we play solo queue quite a bit together, but yeah, it's like the first time we've really done fives all together.
Because I was going to say, we watched you guys the first game, and you did not look that connected. You didn't look like you were playing as a team. You looked better than the other team individually, but then this past game, like, the team play was just outstanding. Do you feel like you got a whole lot better from that first game to that fourth game?
Me
say
personally,
what were we missing? Say it.
I don't know what we were missing.
Pooty spank. Say it.
Probably some Pooty spank if we were missing anything. That first game we did not have Pooty. We had Mark's girlfriend, and I know her Sona performance was amazing, but there's nothing like having a challenger on your team, let me tell you.
Yeah, who was the Soraka? You had a Soraka in mid the first game.
Yeah, Soraka mid with Sona support. You had the double healer going on.
That was Carlota.
On.
Okay.
I'm sorry, what?
You were the
played
Soraka mid?
mid that first game.
Oh, yeah. I mean, Soraka is a pretty OP champion right now with the heal change and her heals. I mean, she's unkillable.
You guys were tested in that first game more than you were tested the rest of the tournament, right?
I wouldn't say that. Sona had some really sick ults. Definitely did some backpack work. I didn't do that great, but I mean, I never do bad, I would say.
Wow.
Pooty, I know you agree with me, right? Yeah. But I think we played pretty solid all around during this tournament.
There was just a lot of communication. I mean, you can catch up a lot of if you don't play with people often. If you got everybody talking, I mean, Cheeto's calling out everything he's doing, Mikey's calling out everything he's doing, I'm calling out everything I'm doing, and bot lane, they're just little chess pieces, and we're telling them what to do because they don't know what to do. So you can get rid of a lot of that. Yeah, if you don't play with each other a lot, you just fill that gap with communication. We just talk 24/7, and so it looks like we've been playing together for a while.
Cool.
So you guys got 3,200 RP. What are you going to do with it?
I'm not
Strip
really
club.
too. Oh well, I mean that league, cosplay goes, you know. But no, I think I'm probably just looking forward to the Triumphant Rise the most. Not too worried about the RP. The last Rise skin I need, so.
Okay, well, it was a pleasure to watch you guys, and that's about all I got. You got any last words before we cut this interview off? Any
We won!
bits of advice?
Yeah, we won! Woo!
What? How about some advice? Come on, Mikey.
Some advice.
All the
You
young
can see
kids
me
out
on-
there.
You can see me on Spectate Live. Add me in game if you want to play. You know, just chilling. Otherwise, watch Mark's stream at Cheeto Pirate.
Twitch.tv/Cheeto
Yeah,
Pirate.
he is a pretty good streamer. Say,
Okay,
Otherwise-
well,
yeah.
I think that's about, guys. Thanks for coming out for the interview, and thanks for playing
Congratulations.
today. It was a lot of fun to watch. So yeah,
Thanks, I really
congratulations. on your
appreciate
win.
it.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Take care.
Yeah, we'll see you around.
What?
So once again, that was the championship team of We Was Bread. Now you was bread. Now you toast, and I do that every time. Anyway,
You really just want them to be bread. That's all you want.
Anyway, they are the champions. So our final standings for the tournament were. Can you go through them real quick?
Yes, I can. The final standings were Goats on the Boats, or excuse me, Lumiferous Constellation in 4th, Goats on the Boats on 3rd, Ridda in 2nd, and You Was Bread, Now You Toast in 1st.
And we're having, it looks like tournaments every about twice a month, and the next one is going to be May 17th, so just under a month from now. So make sure you guys come check us out. The sign-up deadline is 10 a.m. of that day, Central Standard Time, and the start time will be at 11 Central Standard Time. So make sure you guys are all set to go. The prizes are going to be the same prize pool as this tournament that's going on right now. 800 RP for 4th, 1600 for 3rd, 2400 for 2nd, and 3200 RP plus a Triumphant Rise skin for every player in 1st place. So make sure you guys sign up. We already have 3 teams signed up, which is Ray Girls G'day, and Ovary Destroyers. All 3 of them are signed up. So you will have at least the number 2 runner-ups right now in the next tournament. So I hope you guys have enjoyed it. My name has been Rubel.
My name is Zarkath.
You've been watching
Warrior Esports. Rubel seems to have a little trouble with his mic. Thank you guys so much for joining us, and y'all have a great day.